your seats. And as requested, please make sure that your mobile phones are either put on silent or power off mode. Thank you. वहीं कृपया आप सब अपने मोबाइल फोन्स को साइलेंट या पावर ऑफ मोड पर रखें। थैंक यू। your mobile phones are either on silent or are in power off mode. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, can we please put our hands together as I announce the arrival of our Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Kaushal Kishore ji. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. नमस्कार. बहुत बहुत स्वागत आप सभी का आज के इस बहुत ही शुभ दिन पर. Good morning and a very warm welcome, everyone. My name is Garima, and I take the opportunity of welcoming each one of you to the National Youth Conclave. Thank you very, very much for joining us today. Can I please request everyone to give a big hand for yourselves? Thank you very much for being here today. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as India presides over G20 Summit in 2023, it marks the beginning of Amrit Kal, a 25-year period starting with the 75th anniversary of its independence on 15th August 2022. The theme for G20, as we all know, is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means one earth, one family, one future. And we affirm, the theme itself affirms that all humans, animals, plants, and microorganisms and their interconnectedness on the planet Earth and in wider universe. As we know that the India's G20 presidency has acknowledged the roles of several engagement groups, Urban 20 and Youth 20 being a part of them. We are here today at one of the first collaborative events between these two engagement groups, the National Youth Conclave, where with great pride and excitement, ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to please help me welcome the dignitaries on the dais. Can we please put our hands together as I extend a very warm welcome to our dignitaries on the dais, our esteemed guests, experts, innovators, and I think it's a great morning to see the youth from all over the country. I'm sure we can give a loud round of applause, a thunderous round of applause for the youth of the country that has joined today for the India's biggest youth summit, where we all have come together to discuss some very, very important and pressing concerns and how we can learn from each other in order to make this place a better place to live in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to start this day with a sher. If you may just give me an irshad ka cue. Can I get an irshad, please? Wonderful. Since I'm looking at a lot of young faces, that should be a little louder though. तो कहते हैं कि परिंदों को मंजिलें मिलेंगी यकीनन, ये उनके खुले हुए पर बोलते हैं। परिंदों को मंजिलें मिलेंगी यकीनन, ये उनके खुले हुए पर बोलते हैं। कुछ लोग अक्सर चुप रहते हैं जमाने में जिनके हुनर बोलते हैं। आप वो हुनरबाज हैं, आप वो लोग हैं, वो शख्सियत हैं। And I'm sure that we are going to make the most of the day. We are going to turn this day to be a very useful and fruitful day. And we will be starting by seeking the blessings of the Lord Almighty. I'm going to request all the dignitaries on the dais to please light the auspicious lamp as we begin. So ladies and gentlemen, मैं सभी हमारे महानुभाव जो कि मंच पर उपस्थित हैं, आप सभी से निवेदन करूंगी कि कृपया आप दीप प्रज्वलन कर इस दिन की शुरुआत करें। Thank you so much, sirs. May I request you all to please take your seats on the dais. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with that, we will move on to the felicitation ceremony of our dignitaries on the dais. May I request Shri Hitesh Vaidya, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, to please felicitate the dignitaries. We will start with felicitating and welcoming Shri Kaushal Kishorji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Please put your hands together as we extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Minister, sir, Shri Kaushal Kishorji. Aapka bahut swagat, sir. With that, I would request everyone to please help me welcome Shri Anmol Sovit, Chair Youth 20 Secretariat. Welcome, sir. May we now welcome Shri Praveen Chaudhary, Deputy Municipal Commissioner, Ahmedabad, and U20 Sherpa. Welcome, sir. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Shri Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaidya. Please take your seat. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's commence the day. I may request Shri Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, to please welcome everyone and set the context for the National Youth Conclave. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome Honorable Minister for Information, Broadcasting, Youth and Sports Affairs, Shri Anurag Thakurji, who will be joining us shortly. Honorable Minister of State, Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Kaushal Kishorji, who is with us here today. Shri Anmol Sovit, Chair of the Y20 Secretariat. Madam Meeta Lochan, Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, who is also joining us virtually. Hitesh Vaidya, Director of NIUA, esteemed guests, winners of different competitions, and most importantly, dynamic young Indians who have come from all over the country. I feel humbled standing before the greatest power on earth, the youth of India. "65% of our country is less than 35 years of age. India is undergoing that sweet phase in the history of a country which is called the demographic dividend, when the population of citizens in the working age group is higher than the population of citizens in dependent groups. This is India's strength, This is what, this is what the world is watching out for. It is the power of India's youth. It is your power, my dear friends, which will lead India to achieve its Amrit Kal goals, as has been espoused by Honorable Prime Minister, of peace, prosperity, health, and well-being for all. This is a very important year for us. India has the presidency of the G20. The G20 represents countries which are the major developed and major emerging economies of the world. These countries have 2/3 of the world's population, and they comprise of about 80% of the world GDP. Needless to say that this is a very important group of nations for the future of humanity. India's presidency also comes at a very opportune time. We are in the background of coming out of a pandemic like COVID, and we also look ahead to solving existential problems like that of achieving prosperity for all in the background of mitigating the negative effects of climate change and global warming. Aptly, the period from 2020 to 2030 has been called the decade of action. And friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is you, the youth of the country, that has to lead this action. This conclave is a joint endeavor of two of G20's engagement groups, U20 and Y20. The priorities that India has set for itself through the U20 group are as follows. One, to nudge environmentally responsible behaviors in everyone, whether it be individuals, organizations, civil society. Two is to ensure water security for all. Three is to accelerate the frontier on climate finance. Fourth is to celebrate local identity and champion local aspirations. Fifth is to reinvent urban governance and planning frameworks. And sixth is to catalyze digital urban futures. Friends, you are a powerful force. The right choices made by you today has the potential to bring about a paradigm shift towards more environmentally responsible behaviors. Needless to say, all of these 6 priorities would not be achieved and cannot be championed unless the youth take the leadership role in fulfilling them. The collective voice of the youth can amplify the urgency to ensure that all infrastructure is created with intergenerational equity in mind. It is a fact that youth make our cities more interesting places. It is a fact that they can help make our streets safer and more vibrant. It is the youth who can be the champions of preserving and enhancing local identities. They will take ownership of their localities, their cities, and see that good can reach everyone. The creative and passionate energy of the youth is witnessed in the large numbers of startups and the extraordinary digital innovation that our country is seeing and going through. Isn't it thus obvious that our collective future largely depends on you? And that's why we are here at this national conclave, to set the journey for the next 25 years, to think through this role that we have to play over the next 25 years of Amrit Kal. What we also celebrate today is the commemoration of months of efforts of various teams, initiatives, and events. To mention a few, Prajatantra 2022-23, organized by NIUA and Praja Foundation, created a platform for the youth to debate on challenges faced by cities in enabling ease of living. It involved close to 5,000 youth directly and 25,000 indirectly. Climate Practitioners India Network, CPIN, with 1,000 plus practitioners spread over 100 plus cities in the country, is trying to create a solutions-oriented engagement platform on climate change. The conclave will also have sessions with showcasing of deeper engagement with academia and leading youth organizations around river projects, which is anchored around the theme of National Mission for Clean Ganga. Smart City and Academia Towards Action and Research, SAR, has been an exemplary work. An initiative of MOHUA and leading institutions across the country, along with NIUA as the anchor. It involved 15 premier architecture and planning institutions to document 75 key projects and bring in students to come and learn on real-time projects on ground, so that the practical training can be mixed with theoretical training, which they undergo in their colleges. The role of youth as champions of sustainable development, as the voices that will shape development paradigms, as users of public spaces, as productive workforce of tomorrow, as innovators and providers of cutting-edge solutions to urban areas, and as custodians of public goods and infrastructure, cannot be understated. It is therefore imperative on urban practitioners like me, like us, and like many of us in this hall and outside, to ensure that the youth is not looked at just like bystanders, but are meaningfully engaged in all our activities. The India Smart Cities and NUDM fellowships have been such efforts of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and NIUA that has provided a platform for direct engagement with youth. A lot more of this kind needs to be done. The priorities set by the U20 and Y20 groups have notable similarities. My friend Anmol on the dais will acknowledge that the U20 priority area of encouraging environmentally responsible behaviors aligns with the Y20 theme of climate change and disaster risk reduction and health and well-being for all. Similarly, the U20 priorities of championing local identity and catalyzing digital urban futures is very much in sync with the Y20 priority of the future of works, industry 4.0, innovation, and 21st century skills. We hope that these two groups start their journey in the right earnest through this conclave today, and will also align their final outputs so that the two groups could ensure convergence in the recommendations and establish synergies that can be, the fulcrum of action of both these groups under the G20 umbrella going forward in the future. I will stop here by borrowing words from our Honorable Prime Minister's message. He said, quote unquote, India's Yuva Shakti is excelling in every sphere of activity. With holistic efforts, our government is creating right ecosystems where the energy, enthusiasm, strong intent, and good ideas of our youth power the vision of self-reliant and self-sufficient India. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you, all dignitaries. Thank you, all of you, for gracing this conclave. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for those encouraging words of welcome. I'm sure sir के शब्दों ने हम सभी में एक अलग ऊर्जा भर दी है. Can we please have a big round of applause, everyone? Thank you. Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a very special video message. एक बहुत ही खास message है जो कि हम आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे. We have a special message from Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochan, Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. And for this, I would request all of you to please orient your attention to the screen right in the front. मैं आप सबका ध्यान screen पर लेकर चलूंगी.
Welcome to all gathered here today. Friends, India offers the unique combination of one of the oldest nations in the world with one of the most youthful populations. And India will remain youthful for many decades to come. This gives the youth in India a dual advantage of being the inheritors of an ancient civilization with a very rich cultural heritage, and at the same time having all the enthusiasm and energy that comes from being part of one of the largest economies in the world. The Youth 20 Engagement Group offers an opportunity to the youth in this nation to come together and discuss ideas on themes that are very relevant both for our present and for the future. The 5 themes that have been identified by the Youth 20 group are the future of work, Industry 4.0, innovation and 21st century skills, climate change, peace building and reconciliation, youth in democracy and governance, and health, fitness, and sports. In all 5 sectors, India has very considerable accomplishments and many experiences which would be very useful to the world community. The Youth 20 Engagement Group offers a platform for people to come together and share their experiences and discuss how to shape a more inclusive society, a happier society. India is leading the world in building digital public goods. The unique combination of the BHIM app, that is the acronym for the Unified Payments Interface, and Aadhaar has combined to create a huge digital economy in which there are billions of payments that happen every month. India has today over 850 million internet subscribers. India has helped to build a very positive and a sound ecosystem for inclusive economic growth. The Department of Youth Affairs has been working to strengthen this ecosystem and to provide multiple opportunities to youth in this nation for building leadership skills and contributing to nation building. I congratulate the National Institute of Urban Affairs and the Urban 20 Group on this initiative in organizing the National Youth Conclave. On behalf of the Department of Youth Affairs, I offer you our heartiest best wishes. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you. That was Srimati Rajiv Lochan, who told us how today we have gathered to discuss, as I said, on some pressing concerns, some topics that will help us develop a more inclusive society, a very, very happy society. And I'm sure that everybody is going to take active part in that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today, as we all are honored by the presence of our Honorable Minister of State, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Kaushal Kishore ji, आपका बहुत-बहुत एक बार फिर स्वागत है. I'm sure that we all are eagerly waiting to hear some valuable words from him. But before I invite him, ladies and gentlemen, to share a few words, I would request Shri Kaushal Kishore ji to please lead the launch of our exhibition at the venue that has works displayed on the first floor from the NMCG student thesis competition, the Smart Academia and Action Research Program, and Smart Solutions Challenge. So I would request you, and ladies and gentlemen, we have the exhibition of works done under NMCG, SAR and Smart Solution Challenge that's displayed on the first floor. Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, बारी आती है कि हम सब जिस पल का इंतजार कर रहे हैं, श्री कौशल किशोर जी का एक जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें.
राष्ट्रीय युवा सम्मेलन में आज हमारे बीच में हमारे महुआ डिपार्टमेंट के संयुक्त सचिव श्री कुणाल कुमार जी, शेरपा हमारे G20 श्री प्रवीण चौकरी जी, डायरेक्टर NIUA श्री हितेश यादव जी, Y20 के जी सचिव Y20 से श्री अनमोल सोवित जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित हमारे सभी भाइयों और बहनों, आज का जो एक कार्यक्रम है राष्ट्रीय युवा सम्मेलन, ये जैसे कि G20 का आप जान रहे हैं कि हमारा देश इस बार इसकी अध्यक्षता करने का काम कर रहा है। ये गौरव प्राप्त हुआ हमारे देश को, और ये जो गौरव प्राप्त हुआ उस पे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पूरे देश में करीब 56 स्थानों पर इसको G20 का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन किया है, जहां विभिन्न देशों से लोग आ रहे हैं और हमारे विभिन्न डिपार्टमेंट अपनी अपनी बात को, और देश हमारा कैसे विकसित देश की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, उन बातों का, उन कार्यक्रमों का प्रेजेंटेशन भी जगह जगह पे किया जा रहा है। उसी के तहत जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक बात कही है कि युवा शक्ति के अंदर, यूथ के अंदर बड़ी एक ताकत है, वो कर सकते हैं मतलब सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, इस देश को विकसित भारत बना सकते हैं, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बना सकते हैं। और जो भी हमारी जरूरत की चीजें हैं उन पर डिस्कस करके, उस पर अध्ययन करके आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने युवा शक्ति को बहुत ज्यादा प्रमोट करने के लिए हम सब लोगों को प्रोत्साहित करने का काम किया है। तो इसी G20 के आधार पर ही U20 और Y20, U20 मतलब अर्बन 20, Y20 का मतलब है यूथ 20, इसको एग्जीक्यूट करके इस कार्यक्रम को आज यहाँ पर करने का काम किया जा रहा है। भारत एक युवा देश है, विश्व की विशाल युवा जनसंख्या हमारे देश में सबसे ज्यादा अधिक है। और युवा जिस तरफ सोचता है, बढ़ता है, अच्छी सोच करके, नई नई चीजों की सोच करके, तो अभी इसके पहले जो कार्यक्रम हमारे यहाँ होते रहे उसमें देखे होंगे कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्टार्टअप योजना शुरू की, स्टैंड अप योजना शुरू की, तो तमाम नए नए स्टार्टअप हमारे यूथ लेकर के आए और एक विकसित भारत बनाने में, तो पहले जैसे कि बहुत मैन पावर यूज की जाती थी नीचे सिविल लाइन में, अब वो स्टार्टअप लेकर के हमारे यूथ जो लेकर के आए, अब उसमें मैन पावर की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है, अब सीधे सीधे जो है मशीन की जरूरत पड़ती है। ऐसा हमारे यूथ ने बनाने का काम किया है। तो कुछ चीजों पर मैं युवाओं के बिंदुओं पर प्रकाश डालना चाहूंगा। मुझे पूरा इस बात का दृढ़ता पूर्वक ये विश्वास हो रहा है कि आर्थिक विकास में योगदान देने वाले उपयोगी युवा कार्यक्रम निर्माण के लिए युवाओं को शिक्षित और सतत आजीविका निर्माण के लिए आवश्यक कौशल से लैस होना चाहिए। मतलब साफ सी बात है, कौशल विकास मंत्रालय का गठन भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया, नए डिपार्टमेंट का। उससे कैसे जो है स्किल का कैसे डेवलपमेंट होगा, उसके लिए ट्रेनिंग देना नौजवानों को और उनको कार्य की क्षमता बढ़ाना, और फिर लोगों को इससे रोजगार भी उपलब्ध कराना, इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सारी योजनाएं बनाने का काम किया है और इसके लिए आपसे ज्यादा बेहतर कोई नहीं कर सकता। ये सुनिश्चित करना भी महत्वपूर्ण है कि सभी पृष्ठभूमि के युवा भेदभाव, अपमान और नुकसान से मुक्त हों। दरअसल में होता यह है कि घरों में लोग पढ़ने जब जाते हैं तो घर में लोग एक माइंड मेकअप कर देते हैं कि हमारा लड़का या लड़की ये बनेंगे, इंजीनियर बनेगा, डॉक्टर बनेगा, IAS बनेगा, IPS बनेगा, ऐसा बना देते हैं। और एक माइंड ऐसा मेकअप कर देते हैं कि सरकारी नौकरी में जाना। ये मैं इस तरह की बातें कह रहा हूँ कि जैसे मुझे ही लोग कहते थे मेरे घर में, माँ बाप, कि भैया हमारा ये बन जाएगा, ये बन जाएगा। लेकिन वो एक माइंड जो मेकअप है वो माँ बाप की इच्छा पे निर्भर होता है, उनकी सोच पे निर्भर होता है। और वो जब नहीं मिलते हैं, वहां पर नहीं पहुंचते, तो एक व्यक्ति डिमोरलाइज होता है। उस डिमोरलाइजेशन से निकलना है आपको। आपको अपनी सोच करना, अपने विवेक का इस्तेमाल करना है कि हमें क्या करना है, कौन क्या चाह रहा है, उसकी इच्छा के अनुरूप नहीं, आप क्या बेहतर कर सकते हो वो आगे निकल करके आपको करना होगा। तभी तो उसमें इंजीनियर्स बनते हैं, डॉक्टर्स बनते हैं, रिसर्च करते हैं, आगे बढ़ करके जाते हैं। उन्हीं से तो भारत आगे बढ़ता है, देश आगे बढ़ता है। तो उन तमाम चीजों से आपको मुक्ति पानी है, निराशा की चीजों से, अपमान की चीजों से, और वो दूसरों को आप इसको मुक्ति दे सकते हैं। आप अपने कौशल का विकास करके लोगों को रोजगार देने का काम कर सकते हैं। जिसके लिए ये कार्यक्रम आयोजित करने का काम किया गया है G20 की तर्ज पे, अर्बन 20 और Y20। राजनीतिक लोकतंत्र, जवाबदेही और शासन से जुड़े मुद्दों पर युवाओं की भागीदारी और जुड़ाव देश के भावी नेताओं की एक सक्षम पीढ़ी बनाने में मदद करेगा। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है प्रधानमंत्री जी की। आपकी सोच कैसी होनी चाहिए? राष्ट्र के निर्माण की सोच, देश के निर्माण की सोच। राष्ट्र का निर्माण तभी होगा, देश का निर्माण तभी होगा जब हम हिंदुस्तान को मेक इन इंडिया की तरफ ले जाएंगे, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये नारा 2014 में दिया। जबकि ठीक आजादी के पहले 1947 में ये नारा आना चाहिए था मेक इन इंडिया का, नहीं आया। हमसे 2 साल बाद आजाद हुआ चीन 1949 में मेक इन चाइना का नारा दिया और उसने पूरे देश को एकजुट करके सभी को एकजुट किया, यूथ एकजुट हुए, सभी एकजुट हुए वहां पे, और चाइना पूरे दुनिया में आप देखिए हमारे देश को कस्टमर बना के रख दिया। ध्वस्त हुआ जापान 1945 में, जहां हिरोशिमा नागासाकी में बम डाले गए थे, उन्होंने भी मेक इन जापान का नारा दिया और सब एकजुट हुए पूरे लोग, और आज टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में दुनिया पे नंबर 1 पे हो गया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि आगामी 2047 तक जो ये अमृत काल है, आजादी के 100 साल पूरे होंगे, तब तक हमारा विकसित भारत बने। तो विकसित भारत तभी बनेगा जब यूथ, नौजवान इस बात को पूरी तरह सोचेगा कि राजनीति कैसी होनी चाहिए, राष्ट्र के निर्माण की है या केवल विरोध करने की है। लोकतंत्र हमारा मजबूत रहे, हम अपनी बात कहें मजबूती से, लेकिन पॉजिटिव बात, नेगेटिव बात नहीं। और जो भी हमारी जिम्मेदारी बनती है वो जवाबदेही नेतृत्व की होनी चाहिए। इसमें जो शासन से जुड़े मुद्दे हैं उनकी जिम्मेदारी कितनी है और कितना कर रहे हैं, इन सब चीजों की जवाबदेही। और इसके अंदर आप एक सवाल होना चाहिए, ऐसे नहीं ऐसे होता तो और जल्दी हो जाता, ये आपके अंदर एक सोच बननी चाहिए। और अगर ये राजनीति में भी अगर आपकी बेहतर पॉजिटिव देश के निर्माण के, राष्ट्र के निर्माण के, हिंदुस्तान को दुनिया में टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में, कृषि के क्षेत्र में, रोजगार के क्षेत्र में, विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में, उद्योग के क्षेत्र में और स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में हम अगर दुनिया में नंबर 1 पे ले जाने में सक्षम हो जाएंगे, तो समझिए कि आपके जो हमारा देश का जो नौजवान है पूरी दुनिया में नंबर 1 पे छा जाएगा और हिंदुस्तान को फिर से एक हम सोने की चिड़िया बनाने में एक अहम भूमिका निभाने का काम करेंगे। स्वास्थ्य सामाजिक सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है, आप जानते हैं, युवाओं सहित। अब इसके लिए अगर आप देखें तो एक रिपोर्ट आई WHO की कि पूरी दुनिया में जितने लोग भी हार्ट के पेशेंट है उसमें 60% हार्ट के पेशेंट हमारे हिंदुस्तान में। उसमें से 25 से और 40 साल की उम्र के नौजवानों को 40% हार्ट अटैक की बीमारी है। 40 से 60 के बीच में 25% और 60 से ऊपर जो 35%, यानी सबसे ज्यादा हार्ट अटैक के पेशेंट हमारे देश के अंदर है। क्यों है? क्योंकि जो खाने पीने की चीजें हैं उन पर कंट्रोल नहीं है। अभी एक सेमिनार हो रही थी, उसमें सोनिया नित्यानंद जी हैं, डायरेक्टर रही हैं, और उन्होंने एक अच्छी बात कही उन्होंने कि इससे बड़े पैमाने पे कैंसर डे पे उन्होंने बताया 16 प्रकार का कैंसर केवल शराब पीने से होता है और 159 पर आवर व्यक्ति हमारे देश में कैंसर की वजह से मर रहे हैं, जिसमें गले का कैंसर, जीभ का कैंसर, जबड़े का कैंसर, फेफड़े का कैंसर, तंबाकू के ऐसे खाद्य पदार्थ हैं उनके खाने से होते हैं, कोलोन का कैंसर फास्ट फूड खाने से हो रहा है, जंक फूड खाने से हो रहा है। ये सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं, ब्रेस्ट कैंसर भी उन्हीं से हो रहा है। तो उन्होंने इस तरीके से बातें बताई जिसकी वजह से स्वास्थ्य हमारा कैसे ठीक होगा। तो स्वास्थ्य ठीक तब होगा जब हमारा खान पीन जो है अच्छी तरीके से होगा। आज केमिकल युक्त चीजों को खाने में पसंद ज्यादा कर रहे हैं। मैं एक अभी मेरे बच्चे का बर्थडे था, तो एक उदाहरण दे रहा हूं मैं, 1 मिनट लगेगा। उसमें वो ब्रेड वो लेके आया, केक लेके आया, उस पे एक बहुत अच्छा उस पे वो डाला था लिक्विड, तो चमक रहा था। वो शाम को काट तो दिया गया, रख दिया गया फ्रिज में, सुबह उसको खोला, काटा गया तो प्लास्टिक का हो गया, पूरा पकड़ के खींचने वाला हो गया। ये कैसा केमिकल है जो हमारे पेट के अंदर जा रहा है? इसलिए केमिकल युक्त चीजों से आपको बचने का काम करना है। उनसे अगर बचेंगे तो स्वास्थ्य आपका बिल्कुल ठीक रहेगा, अच्छा रहेगा, बेहतर रहेगा। इसी में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये भी कहा है कि नशे से हमारे देश के युवा बर्बाद हो रहे हैं और इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 272 जनपदों को चिन्हित करके सामाजिक न्याय एवं अधिकारिता मंत्रालय की तरफ से नशा मुक्त भारत अभियान को शुरू करने का काम किया है। इसलिए विकसित भारत बनाना, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना, मेक इन इंडिया के तहत काम करने के लिए नशा मुक्त यूथ बनना जरूरी है। नौजवानों को नशे से दूर रहना है, हर कीमत पे नशे से दूर रहने का काम करना है। हम जानते हैं कि पहली बार जो है नशा आपको कोई ना कोई कराता है कि टेस्ट करके देख लो, एक बार टेस्ट करो, और टेस्ट किया फिर उसी टेस्ट में फंस गए, तो उससे नशे से दूर रहने का काम करना है। नशे से 20 लाख लोग हर साल हमारे देश में मर रहे हैं। एक बात इसमें समझ लेना कि शराब की पहली दुकान कलकत्ता में एक अंग्रेज ने 1760 में खोली थी। अफीम और गांजा, अफीम और तंबाकू हमारे देश में पुर्तगाली लेकर के आए थे। हमारे देश का नशा नहीं है। जानवर गांजा, भांग और तंबाकू के पेड़ नहीं चढ़ते, लेकिन आदमी खा रहा है। इसलिए तुलना करनी होगी कि हम कहाँ खड़े हैं। नौजवानों को खास करके मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, इसको ध्यान में रखिए। यूनिवर्सिटीज के तमाम ऐसे कैंपस जहाँ पर हॉस्टल में लोग रह रहे हैं, बड़े पैमाने पे ड्रग्स वहां पर जा रही है और सन 2013 से 2022 तक 9 साल के अंदर 64 लाख टन ड्रग्स हमारे देश में पकड़ी जा चुकी है, आपको बर्बाद करने के लिए, हमारे हिंदुस्तान के यूथ को बर्बाद करने के लिए। इसलिए यूथ को, नौजवानों को ड्रग्स से और नशे से दूर रहने का काम करना है। एक साजिश के तहत आपको फंसाए जाने का काम हमारे देश के नौजवानों को किया जा रहा है, जिसमें जो भी ड्रग्स और नशा बेचता है वो खुद नहीं करता, केवल वो पेडलर है, बेचने का काम करता है। तो स्वास्थ्य पे ध्यान देना सबको बहुत जरूरी है। इसीलिए आपको अपनी पहचान भी बनाना, अलग तरीके से खड़े करने का जरूरत है। युवा राष्ट्र का भविष्य है और आने वाले वर्षों में देश के नेता बनेंगे। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि हमारे युवा वर्ग उच्चतम सामाजिक मूल्यों और नैतिक मानकों को अपनाने का काम करें। मतलब हमारा नेता वो नहीं हो सकता जो इसका खुद का अपना चरित्र ठीक ना हो। अपना बेहतर उसका चरित्र हो, चरित्रवान हो, ईमानदार हो और नई दिशा देने वाला हो, देश के निर्माण की दिशा, समाज के निर्माण की दिशा देने वाला व्यक्ति हो, और खुद कोई चीज ऐसा न करता हो जिसकी वजह से गलत संदेश जा रहा हो। तो मतलब यह है कि शराब पीने वाला, नशा करने वाला, गलत चरित्र का व्यक्ति हमारा नेता नहीं हो सकता। आपको नेता बनना है, ईमानदार, बेहतर बनना है। ऐसा नेता नहीं बनना है कि शराब की दुकान खोली, एक खरीदो एक फ्री पाओ, ऐसा नेता नहीं बनना है। ये ध्यान में रखना है, इन चीजों से बच करके रहना है। ये मैं आपसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं इसमें, और लोगों को संदेश देना है। तो जितने लोग हैं अपने देश के नौजवानों को बचाने के लिए अपने फेसबुक, व्हाट्सएप पेज पे डालना चाह सकते हैं, विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लिए G20 के तहत जो कार्यक्रम हम ये कर रहे हैं, U20 और Y20, तो आप लिखिए इसके लिए। शाम को अगर गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड नाइट लिखते हैं तो नशा मुक्त गुड नाइट लिखना शुरू करिए। सुबह जो है आप गुड मॉर्निंग लिखते हैं तो नशा मुक्त गुड मॉर्निंग, नशा मुक्त सुप्रभात, ऐसा लिखना शुरू करिए। और इसके लिए ध्यान में रखने का काम करिए। चूंकि मेरा पेपर ले होना, इसलिए मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो आवास योजना शहरी और इसके लिए कार्यक्रम तय किए हैं, उसमें हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी पूरे देश को हाउस फॉर ऑल के तहत आवास देने का काम किए हैं। अब तक 1,23,00,000 आवास शहरी क्षेत्रों में मंजूर किया जा चुके हैं। फिर कभी आपके साथ मिलेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस कार्यक्रम के बेहतर के लिए। आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं इस सफल कार्यक्रम के लिए। लेकिन याद रखना है, विकसित भारत बनाना है 2047 तक। प्रधानमंत्री जी के का जो अमृत काल का ये पीरियड है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है और उसके साथ साथ में नशा मुक्त भारत भी बनाना है। इतना ध्यान रखना है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक बार फिर मैं चाहूंगी जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम श्री कौशल किशोर जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच सर। और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि सर की कही सभी बातों का हम अमल करेंगे। हम सब एक विकसित भारत, एक आत्मनिर्भर भारत, वही एक नशा मुक्त भारत का निर्माण करेंगे। Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that we all are encouraged by those words, those valuable words. And now, quickly, can I request everyone to quickly settle down? No movements, please. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, they say leaders are not born, they are made. And today, in this hall, we majorly have the youth of India, the young blood of India. When I say youth of India, the young blood of India, I was expecting a big cheer from the young blood of India. Can I get a big yay or a big round of applause for you all? Wonderful. And what better than calling on stage, ladies and gentlemen, someone who is chairing the Youth 20 Secretariat of India this year. I request everyone to please help me invite Shri Anmol Sowit, Chair Youth 20 Secretariat, to please fill the youth of India with the right motivation. Come on, I said we have somebody who's here to chair the Youth 20 Secretariat. Can we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Shri Sowit? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Hitesh Vaidya ji, Chair U20 India, Praveen Chaudhary ji, dignitaries, my dear friends and friends from media. Are you all feeling awesome? If yes, how is the Josh? Let me first thank you for joining us for this event. This is a historic movement for India as the G20 presidency is being given to India. And the G20 presidency under the able leadership of our leader, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, holds immense significance as it comes during the period of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. इस वक्त साथियों मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा कहे गए 5 प्रण को आप सभी के सामने दोहराना चाहूंगा। विकसित भारत के निर्माण में अपना सहयोग, भारत यानी कि हम और आप, हमारा योगदान, अपने गौरवशाली इतिहास को बचाना, गुलामी की सोच से बाहर निकलना, एकता और एकजुटता, हर नागरिक को अपना कर्तव्य पालन करना। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये 5 प्रण हम सभी भारतवासियों के लिए कहे हैं और मुझे विश्वास है कि हम इसे पालन करेंगे। साथियों, हमें अपने गौरवशाली इतिहास पे गर्व है। गर्व है ना? नाइस। हमारा गौरवशाली इतिहास जिस पे हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि हाँ, हम भारतीयों का गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है। हमारे इतिहास में शहरों का अहम योगदान रहा। मुझे विश्वास है इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी साथीगण महाभारत की कहानी तो सुनी होगी आपने या देखी होगी। अगर हम महाभारत को याद करते हैं तो पूरे महाभारत की कहानी 2 शहरों के बीच में कही जाती है। पहला हस्तिनापुर, दूसरा कौन सा? इंद्रप्रस्थ। पुरातन काल में भी शहरों का विशेष वर्णन रहा है। साथियों, मैं बिहार से आता हूं और बिहार की गौरवशाली इतिहास को जब हम वर्णन करते हैं तो उसमें हमारे शहरों का विशेष वर्णन होता है। द फर्स्ट रिपब्लिक ऑफ वर्ल्ड, वैशाली। the land that gives accounts to the world, Patliputra. Rajgir, the land of peace, Bodh Gaya. बिहार के स्वर्ण काल इन शहरों के आसपास कहे जाते हैं। इससे ये समझा जा सकता है कि हमारी सभ्यता, हमारी संस्कृति शहरों के बीच केंद्रित रही है। और आज जब हमारा देश भारत अमृत काल से स्वर्णिम काल की ओर अग्रसर है, तो इसमें शहरों का विशेष योगदान होने जा रहा है। I would like to thank Honorable Hitesh Vaidya ji for organizing this event, the Youth Conclave, and inviting me as a Y20 chair. कोई भी बदलाव हम युवाओं के बिना कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। हम बहुत गर्व से कहते हैं कि हमने स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया, डिजिटलाइजेशन में एक बहुत अहम कार्य करे हैं। इसकी कल्पना हम युवाओं के बिना नहीं कर सकते थे। फ्रेंड्स, नाउ इट्स टाइम टू इनोवेट इन इंडिया, एंड वी विल। Y20 इंडिया के अध्यक्ष होने के नाते मैं आप सभी के साथ अपना एक समझ साझा करना चाहता हूं कि G20 ने मुझे ये मौका दिया है कि आज मैं युवाओं के विषय पे बात कर सकूं और उनसे इंटर रिलेटेड इश्यूज पे चर्चा कर सकूं। आज का जो हमारा प्रोग्राम है U20 एंड Y20 यूथ कॉन्क्लेव, जो हितेश वैद्य जी ने ऑर्गेनाइज करे हैं, वुमेन 20 के साथ भी हम प्रोग्राम करने जा रहे हैं। हम ऐसे प्रोग्रामों में ना केवल इंटर रिलेटेड इश्यूज बल्कि उनके समाधान पे भी चर्चा करेंगे और समाधान को आगे लाएंगे। Nowadays, youth are closely related with urbanization. Youth of India are facing towards urban for opportunity, for their betterment. But we have many challenges regarding infrastructure, facilities, and also regarding how our cities can best serve youth of India. अगर हम सॉल्यूशन सेंट्रिक बात करें, इस परिस्थिति में भी हम यूथ्स को अलग नहीं रख सकते। जैसे कि मैंने पूर्व में कहा और पूर्व के वक्ताओं ने भी कहा, किसी भी बदलाव की कल्पना हम युवाओं के बिना नहीं कर सकते। और हमारे देश भारत ने पूरे विश्व को ये दिखाया है कि युवा देश विगत 8 वर्षों में एक सक्षम नेतृत्व के साथ क्या कर सकता है। A country that was mocked 8 years before regarding digitalization, and at this time it is leading the world. Many countries are coming to us to learn how we have done the excellent job in digitalization, digital payment. Friends, that's why I am hopeful that today's program must give an impactful solution. साथियों, अब वक्त है योगदान का। हमारे पूर्वजों ने बलिदान करके हमें गौरवशाली इतिहास के साथ भारत सौंपा है। बलिदान का नहीं, अब योगदान का वक्त है। और इस विश्वास के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहूंगा कि हमारे युवा साथी हमारे अग्रज युवा सोच के साथ विकसित भारत को विश्व गुरु बनाने में हम सभी योगदान देंगे। विकसित भारत के निर्माण में हम सभी योगदान देंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहूंगा। जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। एक बार फिर मैं श्री सोवित जी के लिए चाहूंगी कि जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। जैसा मैंने कहा कि राइट मोटिवेशन, and absolutely every word I'm sure motivated each one of us in the hall. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as sir said, अब बलिदान का नहीं योगदान का वक्त है और उम्मीद है कि हमारी जितनी भी युवा पीढ़ी, जितनी भी young generation, the young blood which is in the hall, वो योगदान आप सबसे मिलेगा। हम सभी कई बातों को अमल में लाएंगे। Well, चलिए इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ते हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of great pride for all of us that we have received a special message from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. May I request Shri Hitesh Vaidya ji, Director, NIUA, to please kindly share the message with all of us. Please put your hands together for Shri Vaidya ji.
Good morning. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and as well as all the participants who have joined us today for this National Youth Conclave. This could not have been a better thing for me, and I feel so privileged, so honored that I am reading the message of Honorable Prime Minister today, who has encouraged and inspired us with his words. I think some of quotes have already been shared by Kunalji with you, but he has inspired and taken the time to address us how to connect youth with urban. And this Youth and Urban Connect Conclave, which we are celebrating today, is a celebration of youth. So I am reading his message, and I start with a quote and unquote. The initiative to host the National Youth Conclave 2023 by National Institute of Urban Affairs in association with Smart Cities of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and Department of Youth Affairs is commendable. Heartiest congratulations and best wishes to everyone associated with the conclave. The gathering of young leaders from across the country will facilitate vibrant interactions on the wide gamut of issues. The interactive sessions, presentations, and discussions at this conclave will provide an opportunity to the young generation to experience the spirit and essence of democracy from the close quarters. Blessed with unbounded energy, skills, and capabilities, our Yuva Shakti is one of the most important contributions or contributors to the nation's growth story. With the changing times, a whole new world of opportunities has opened up for youth, be it information technology, healthcare, sports, or startups. Our younger generation is excelling in every sphere of activity. During the last few years, a vibrant ecosystem has been created to empower our youth. Our steadfast efforts are focused on connecting their hopes and expectations with the collective aspirations of the nation. Amrit Kal is an opportunity to fructify our collective resolve to build a glorious, developed, and self-reliant nation. This period is critical for the academic and professional growth of our youth. As our Yuva Shakti fulfills its dreams, the nation will also continue its march towards a bright future. Coming at a time when India has assumed the presidency of G20, I am sure that the Assembly of Young Leaders at the National Youth Conclave 2023 will develop a futuristic, inclusive, and humane perspective towards the national as well as global issues. May the conclave succeed in its efforts to foster and nurture young leaders of the future. Greetings and best wishes to all the organizers and participants at the conclave, unquote. I think it gives us such a encourage, such an inspiration that the Honorable Prime Minister, the highest officer in the country, is inspiring us. And I think this is not, I'm not reading it because I am a National Institute of Urban Affairs. I think it's your youth power which has asked the national leader to give us a message. So I think we should give a big clap that Prime Minister has taken a time and given his message to us. On this note, I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister for inspiring us and promise that we collectively will do our best to contribute towards converting aspirations to actions at the ground level. Thank you, sir, for all your for this message. Thank you, Kaushal Kisorji, Shri Anurag Thakurji, who has been, I think, withheld because of the parliamentary exigencies, Shri Kunal Kumarji, Anmol Soviji, and all esteemed partners, professionals, and all the participants who have joined us. I think, thank you for joining us today, because of you, we could celebrate this festival of youth, and I congratulate all of you. I hope the spectrum of the activities during the event will nurture the young leaders with the thought-provoking ideas, innovative solutions, and more avenues to contribute and explore for the next generation to take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. एक बार फिर हम जोरदार तालियों के साथ श्री वैद्य जी का धन्यवाद करेंगे for sharing with us the encouraging and inspiring words from our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. I'm sure with a lot of excitement now, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to move ahead. And I would request Mr. Lakshit Mittal from Y20 Secretariat to please kindly come on the stage and share a few words about working on the Youth 20 agenda for India this year. Please welcome Mr. Mittal.
Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs Joint Secretary Shri Kunal ji, NIUA Director Shri Hitesh ji, Y20 Chair Shri Anmol Soviji ji, to other dignitaries and all the participants. Namaste and a very good morning. It is great to start this week amongst this young audience present here. India's youth is educated. India's youth is action-oriented. India's youth is energetic. India's youth is innovative. India's youth is technology-driven. And it is this presence that we bring here this morning. And it is this energy that we bring here this morning. And it is this energy that we aim to channelize through this National Youth Conclave and at Y20. India's G20 presidency comes at a challenging time for the world. Countries all over are facing high inflation, economic stagnation, demographic changes, aging population, and a host of other societal and cultural problems. It is in this paradigm that India's position as the youngest country, as the country with largest youth population, as a country with great economic growth, as a country that is led with political stability, as a country that has innovated immensely in the last 1 decade, as a country which is leading with a global mindset, as a country which is trying to be inclusive, which is ensuring that the voice of all is ensured. It is this movement that the world looks at India's G20 presidency. Y20 in G20 efforts overall is going out and reaching out to all the youth in the country and around the world to come. Let us know the thoughts, the innovative ideas, and your answers to the various challenges that the world faces. At Y20, we are essentially trying to answer the problems the world faces on 5 themes. 1, health, well-being, and sports. The Honorable Minister earlier spoke about what we should not do in order to promote a healthy lifestyle. India led and ensured that we celebrate International Yoga Day on June 21 every year. The Honorable Prime Minister's guidance, the Honorable Prime Minister's leadership ensured a mass adoption of this great initiative. Yoga is something that has been very integral to a lot of cultures and a lot of countries today. It is with India's vision and India's leadership that this has become possible. The second theme is participation of youth in governance and democracy. It is somewhat surprising that this educated youth is not actively participating in democratic political processes as it should. The voting percentages are slightly on the lower side when we compare the youth and the general voting percentages. It is time that we make smart political choices. We have been led by a very stable government, by a very able leadership in the last 8 years, and it is our responsibility going forward to make that wise choice and continue to elect the smart leadership, the energetic leadership that we see today. The third theme is climate change, which is something that our generation will see the most. Climate change impacts will be seen at our generation. We are the ones who need to ensure that we live a climate and environmentally friendly life. And it is also one of the U20 themes, and it is very important that we see how as we urbanize and as we innovate and as we find new solutions, how they are in tandem with the climatic needs and with the environment friendly norms. The fourth theme that we are picking up is peace building and reconciliation. The world today is faced with many conflicts. There are inter-country conflicts, there are intra-country conflicts, there are various conflicts at various parts of the world. We need to ensure how these conflicts can be diminished, how differences can be managed diplomatically, politically, and with peace. We need to ensure a society that looks forward, that looks to the future, and grows parallelly, uplifting everyone and without putting anyone down. It is these comprehensive themes that we touch and invite the youth of this country to participate with us at Y20, to share their ideas with us, to lead with us, and to ensure that India's G20 presidency is impactful and is action-oriented. So it is my honor to ask all of you from the Y20 side, and I'd like to thank U20 to help us reach out to this vast audience, to this vast group of leaders, and ensure that we receive participation from the entire country. We look forward to listening from you. We are open and we are absolutely sure that this year will be the India's year and this decade will be India's decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next we have Manju Rajiv Kanchan, a winner of NMCG student thesis competition. She'd come on the stage and share her experience on working on urban rivers. Welcome, ma'am. Hello. Yes.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, and most importantly, the youth for whom we have all gathered here, a warm good morning. It is indeed an honor and humbling experience to be here representing my peers at the National Youth Conclave Y20. So my experience as a youth, standing here as I look back, I am reminded of a particular instance in class 7th, wherein I came across this amazing quote during a summer break. That is, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. At that age, it seemed quite illogical, but now that I look at it, I actually understand the meaning more better. We as youth tend to always crib about the unfairness in life, but guess what? Opportunities are always around the corner. It's just a matter of whether you want to take it or not. Be it my stint as the assistant school head girl or as the president of IDEA Innovative Development Center for Education Aptitude Youth Wing, I've had my fair share of roadblocks and speed breakers. Achievements are easily noticeable, but people fail to notice the pile of roadblocks that are there in our way. Well, in my case, choosing to pursue ahead at every opportunity with hard work is perhaps my biggest asset, and why I was able to bag the two most prestigious Sheikh Hamdan and Sheikh Sharjah Award for academic excellence and all-rounder. 7 years back, if someone had told me I had a chance to win a national level award for architecture and planning, well, that would have been the biggest joke of the century. But today, it is an honor for me to share before you as the flag bearer of winner Reimagining Urban Rivers sponsored student thesis competition season 1, an initiative of Namami Gange and National Institute of Urban Affairs for my thesis, The Somber Case of an Odd Triad, Dolphin Man and Zoonosis. As a former NRI and a CBSE product, my biggest flaw that I notice in the Indian education system is the fact that it prepares us for niche problems, but not for life problems. Meaning to say, we all know why Bohr's atomic model failed, but half of us are not prepared for personal finance management. The former is helpful if it's a niche area, but the latter is what we need for our life. Extending the same theory to our field of architecture and planning, I would like to highlight the fact that an academic thesis is successful only if it incorporates the lot of concepts that we learn in theory. And in practice, the more concretized infrastructure, the better the project. But my experience as a budding landscape architect taught me one of my biggest lessons, that solving a problem in an urban environment does not actually require just STPs or a gigantic grid of hardscape. Sometimes it could be as small as going with the flow of water or allowing nature to be as it is with modest alterations. Although a major factor for what I'm today is my hard work and my stubborn streak to cross every stone that life throws my way, STC was indeed a game changer for me, because I never thought it would be the big ticket to come here and today introduce myself before you all as Miss Manju Rajiv Kanchan, BArc, MArc Landscape, gold medalist, and most importantly, research associate under Water and Environment Vertical, NIUA. This would not have been possible for a cohort of people that stood beside me, my family, my friends, my professor from SPAV, my mentor from NIUA and MCG, who saw the potential in me for winning STC, and my amazing team and professional mentors from NIUA who offered the opportunity to be a part of this amazing institution, and Gangetic Dolphins for being my lucky charm. With this, I take your leave in the glimmering hope that my journey was able to inspire at least one of you here, and I look forward to an amazing experience at the National Youth Conclave. Thank you, Namaskar, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ms. Kanchan, for those very, very powerful words. I'm sure you've definitely inspired a lot of people here in the hall. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Sri Vaidya mentioned in his speech, that due to some exigencies, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Sri Anurag Thakur, has been withheld at the Parliament. We shall now break for tea. We would request everyone to please join back at 11:30. We have some very, very interesting sessions lined up. I would like to thank the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone. Please give a big hand to the dignitaries on the dais. And requesting everyone to please take back your seats at 11:30 a.m. Thank you. हॉल में एकत्रित हो जाएं, वहां अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं। Please start taking your seats, everyone. Please start settling down, everyone, and put your mobile phones on silent mode or power off mode. I think another 5 minutes. To quickly start taking your seats, we are all ready to begin with the panel discussions. Once again, we would like to request you all to please put your mobile phones on silent or power off mode. कृपया सभी अपने अपने निर्धारित स्थान पर बैठ जाएं। So ladies and gentlemen, we are being joined by our esteemed panelists. I would request everyone to please settle down and welcome them with a big hand. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome once again to the National Youth Conclave. I'm sure you all are re-energized, rejuvenated after the tea break, and we are all looking forward to the panel discussions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the very first topic of panel discussion would be revolving around creating equal futures in an unequal world. Chairing the session, we have on the dais Mr. Rahul Kapoor, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Please welcome Mr. Kapoor. Amongst our esteemed panelists, we have Roshni Nugehalli. She's the Executive Director, Yuva. Can we have a big hand, everyone? Welcome, ma'am. We have Aparna Roy, Fellow at Observer Research Foundation. Welcome, ma'am. We've been joined on the panel by Anshul Tiwari, founder, Youth Ki Awaaz. Welcome. We have with us Kalpana Vishwanath, founder, Safety Pin. Welcome. Please welcome Kanta Singh, Deputy Country Representative, India, UN Women. Welcome. And Shalini Agrawal, Municipal Commissioner, Surat Municipal Corporation. Welcome. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to guide us through the session, we have the moderator for the very first panel discussion. Please put your hands together and welcome Saili Mankikar, Head City Climate Alliance, NIUA. Welcome, welcome all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Garima. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. I hope everyone's seated. And so we start today's fascinating discussion with a fascinating lineup of speakers. It's called Creating Equal Futures in an Unequal World. And while this panel is on, we are going to be kind of putting up some very, very interesting facts up there for all of you to see, picked up from MOSPI and from UN Women. And you can probably see where you are in that. So absorb that as we are going. So to dive in, let me just invite our chair, Shri Rahul Kapoor, Joint Secretary MOVA, to set the stage for the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Shelley, and a very good morning to all of you. Of course, it's so great to look at so many young faces. And while we are on this topic of gender equity and gender equality, it's good to see so many people from both streams here in this hall. Of course, when we talk about youth, it brings in a lot of passion, energy, and optimism, and especially for a nation like ours, a nation which is currently reaping a demographic dividend with an average age of 29 years. And if you look at it globally also, this is the generation, I think, which has the maximum number of young people. I think as per statistics, I'm told that 1.8 billion people are there in the age group of between 10 to 24 years. But then when we are talking about this topic of the day, why there's a need to have gender equity. Just think of it that all the stakeholders that would be required to do nation building, and if you leave out a significant portion of that group, I don't think we'll be able to achieve the kind of impact economically or socially if we leave out one significant portion. Now, there has been a lot of research and there have been studies on the economic impact of gender equality and on social impact of such measures. And just some numbers that I am told that nearly 27% increase in GDP of India is possible. And I think this was something that was studied by UN Women, by the IMF, that there's going to be an improvement in the GDP if you improve gender equality in the country. And if you reduce gender-based violence, so there is a chance that there's going to be a 2% increase in the global GDP levels. Nearly 5 to 10% of increase in future earnings is possible when we try to create better education opportunities and for every year of additional education, especially for women. So looking at this, and when you're trying to look at improving the overall quality of life of people in the country, it is very, very important to have gender equality in the nation. But what are the challenges towards achieving these goals? And what are the challenges that we face today? I think if you categorize it, probably you would say that the main buckets would be the legal challenges that are there. So with regard to the property rights that are many times denied. With regard to the financial inclusion of women, and of course, financial literacy here is also very, very important. I mean, you see a big, big gap. I saw some video on Instagram once and on LinkedIn, which they try to do this kind of social experiment. And as you start seeing that in organizations and when it comes to financial literacy, the proportion of women who are there in that group, they certainly are at a disadvantage when it comes to comparison with men. With regard to the economic challenges, I think poverty is a very, very big hindrance that women face today, and not only women. I think if you look at it, education, the civic amenities that a city is able to provide and the access to those, they are hindrances that prevent us to achieve the goal of gender equality. I think if you look at the statistics, probably before the pandemic, it was said that it will take us 100 years to achieve gender equality globally. But after the pandemic, this period has gone up to 130 years. So there are several challenges, I think, which this panel today will be discussing on how do we achieve our goals. With regard to the social challenges, the cultural issues that are there, I think as a patriarchal society, we find that there are a lot of obstacles that women face when it comes to access to employment, education, healthcare, even safety. The kind of representations in leadership, I mean, yes, I see a lot of women here in the group. But when you try to look at the number of women who are there in senior leadership positions and even in political leadership for that matter, why it is important is because when it comes to taking decisions to achieve the goals of gender equality, you need to have the people who are experiencing that day in and day out to take a decision for the others, right? Today, there are a lot of men who may be gender sensitive. Yes, I'm sure they would do good to take decisions on behalf of the other group, but it would be even better if we have women representing the marginalized. And looking at this, there is a need to have a collective action wherein all the stakeholders are involved. I think Ban Ki-moon did talk about this, about women, about men, about children. everyone has to be part of this. And of course, as a mission, as a ministry, as a government, we have to do the right kind of nudges, actions that will help us achieve this goal of gender equality. I am today representing a mission called the National Urban Livelihood Missions and the Pradhan Mantri Swanidhi Yojana. And herein, we have tried to do our bit to basically mobilize women through self-help groups, wherein more than 80 lakh women have been mobilized today, through skill training and capacity building of the people, especially the poor. So when you're talking about economic empowerment of women, so I think these are some of the works that the government is trying to do. With regard to access to finance, access to microcredit, be it on the PM Swanidhi Yojana, wherein normally 14.5 lakh women street vendors have been given access to microcredit, or with regard to the financial literacy that is happening through these programs, through building entrepreneurial capabilities in women. I mean, more than 10 lakh women-led enterprises have been encouraged through the that day NULM mission. And of course, if you're looking at political leadership, a lot of these women who were part of the self-help groups, slowly and slowly the confidence building happens, and they've even begun to represent a lot of wards, a lot of corporations wherein their representation has increased. So I think Swanidhi se Samriddhi, another scheme of the day NULM and the PM Swanidhi scheme, wherein we are trying to benefit more than 12 lakh families through some of the other schemes that work towards women, such as the PM Matru Vandana Yojana or the Janani Suraksha Yojana. With regard to some of the work that has happened in, let us say, technology field by use of command and control centers in the smart cities that help improve the surveillance and safety of women. So I think I will not say much more than this, but there's a lot of food for thought on what are the challenges that we are facing today that stops us or prevents us from achieving this goal of accelerating gender equality. And when we are talking about gender equality, I think there's also, it is very important to also understand the difference between equality and equity. So wherein you try to create the right kind of interventions that creates equity, which is definitely going to be more important than just creating equal opportunities for all. So with that, I look forward to a very interesting discussion of all the panelists who are there today. They're definitely much more experienced than me sitting here. They represent the core group. So over to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul Kapoor, for setting the tone for today's dialogue and, flagging several issues at the outset. I will first, just an interesting thing is that the questions that I'm posing today to all our panelists have been crowdsourced from young people like you. So I'm actually just, someone who's the mediator here who's trying to, pass on the questions. So let's start. We have a 40 minutes from now, a packed panel, and let's try to extract as much as we can. So my first question is to Ms. Kanta Singh. So one of the facts that we've put out, on the board today is that if you look at home chores, women actually spend about 243 minutes per day in home chores, as opposed to men who spend 25 minutes. One of the questions that one of our young friends actually asked is, considering your, over 2 decades of experience in this space, has anything changed?
Thank you, Sally, and good morning, everyone. To respond to your question, yes, a lot has changed, and a lot. Just the fact that so many young women are sitting here in Vigyan Bhavan shows that things are changing and things will change for the better. With young people, one thing that we should never leave them with is the hopelessness. Umeed ko कायम रखना बहुत ही जरूरी है, and yes, things have changed. And let me just give you some data or some figures about what has changed. There are more girls in higher education than there ever were, more girls in STEM, more girls in skilling, more girls who are aspiring to be in employment. And things are changing. There are more institutional deliveries. There are about 1.4 million women in the grassroots democratic institutions. Globally, more women in parliaments, more women leaders as heads of states. There is a lot that has changed. Higher number of women in every space. One thing that I'm particularly fascinated about is women in all sectors. There's not even a single sector where women are not there. That means if somebody is looking for inspiration or motivation or some role model, we have those, including fighter pilots. I mean, I have goosebumps every time I talk about fighter pilots. These things were unthinkable some years back. So things are changing, and young women sitting here should always think that, well, this world is going to be better for you. Having said all those things, and when we are talking here, New York is full of young men and women at this point in time. Thousands and thousands and thousands of young people are now in New York talking about their rights, talking about seat on the table, talking about their role in decision making and peace processes. That means that those voices cannot be silenced, which is a great thing to have happened to this world. And I am all for young people asking for their right. And this is where we are. So, but having said all these things, young people are making this change happen. And that means I'm also putting little responsibility on all of you to not take the world as it comes to you. You should also try to make it a better place for someone who doesn't have access to all these things that you have, the privileges that you have, extend those privileges to somebody else. The digital and financial inclusion that the Joint Secretary was talking about, we have the power to go to those people who have been left behind. And you know what the keywords are: leave no one behind, the SDGs keywords. It doesn't mean that there are no gaps. All these indicators that I just mentioned also have gaps. There are still fewer in terms of percentage, there are still fewer women in schools. Of course, the gap has narrowed. There are fewer women in decision-making roles. Women are doing much more care work than men. And that also kind of affects their participation in the economic activities. There are 14% women in parliament, 9% in state assemblies, some 3% or 3 women judges in the Supreme Court, and fewer in high courts. So all those gaps also remain. But I'm saying what has opened is that there's a growing awareness, there's a growing demand for having more inclusive societies in general, and not just women. I'm talking about everyone who's been left behind. What has also changed is that a growing acceptance amongst men for women in these roles, which was not the case some years back. Now men are more open to working with a female colleague in a factory, which is a great thing. A man is happy to share household chores with his wife. A man is happy to share property with the wife. So those things are changing. I'm not saying there's a great progress, but things are changing, which is a song to my ears, because I see young women who are sitting here have a long way to go. And by the time you will come to my age, I'm sure the figures will change more. Akhir mein, because I know we are 6 of us and I want to hear everybody else, I just wanted to say that koshish bhi kar, ummeed bhi rakh, rasta bhi chun. Koshish bhi kar, ummeed bhi rakh, रास्ता भी चुन, फिर इसके बाद थोड़ा सा मुकद्दर तलाश कर. ये निदा फाजली के वर्ड्स है. मैं फिर भी आप लोगों के ऊपर डालती हूँ. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kanta, for those beautiful words. I think we'll hear those words again from you before we leave the session. So just taking off from, what Kanta Singh actually told us about women in all sectors, I would like to come to a very crucial topic of women in leadership. And here I would like to bring in Ms. Roshni Nugehale. So Roshni, we have seen so many women, we do see many, many more women in leadership, whether it's at workplaces, politics, but women still feel voiceless and there is violence in many ways. So how do you look at this? Is it tokenism or is it really happening?
No, thanks, Saili, and hi everyone, and thanks to NIUA for having us. It's an honor to be here, and so exciting to see, all of you. I was in the chai room when everybody was a lot of buzz and everybody's, looking really excited to be here. So I think the energy itself is great, and the fact that we are having this program itself, I think it's so important. And this panel, in answer to your question also, Saili, I think it's a reality that women are occupying positions of leadership. And I think that's no longer something new. We have ma'am here, we have all of us here. So I think definitely that's happening. Yet, as always a yet, there is tokenism. I think that is also a reality we have to accept. But how do we identify where that happens? No, like if women are in leadership for influencing public opinion, or to do a checkbox, or just symbolic. I think those are the sorts of lenses we can use to sense whether it's a tokenistic activity or not. And I think when we talk about the word tokenism, it's really where it's performative. No, it's not going deep. It's just हाँ है and उसके आगे कुछ नहीं है. So I think that's the lens that we need to identify to really understand where that leadership is really coming forth whole and soul, and where it's actually just एक check, लगाया है. But for real gender equity, which Sir so eloquently put the difference between equity and equality, I think if we really want equity, we have to move beyond the tokenism. And how can we do that? If just having women on the table is not enough, we really also have to look at systemic change, means like changing the systems that cause patriarchy to exist, changing the systems that cause maybe not me because I'm sitting here, but other women who are not able to occupy a seat at this table to continue to remain unequal in unequal reality. So I think if we can start applying a systemic lens to all the leadership work that we do, that's when we can start moving beyond just having, naam ke wasiya tokenistic. And I'm speaking this also from Yuva's experience of working with very marginalized groups of young people and women in urban areas primarily. So Dalits and Muslim communities, those many of whom who don't go to college, who don't even have that privilege. So I think for them, unless we start changing the interrelated systems, bringing them into leadership will not really lead to equity. I think that's an important step that we all have to decide to go ahead on. I think the other point is also, again, agency and decision making is very, very important when we're in leadership. If I'm in leadership just because, my husband's seat was unka time hua and mera abhi, lady seat ka reservation hua, so obviously then my decision making doesn't come into the picture. So can we create a space where it's more of agency and decision making, not just, a lady's face? I think that's another important point. And I think also looking at the enabling environment. What can the governments do? What can organizations do to enable women to actually show up in their entirety? And that's not just having a creche or not just giving, flexi work hours. We need to move beyond the enabling environment. We see all those facts and figures. How much time are women spending on so many things? So unless that enabling environment is also brought in, we will not be able to move beyond the tokenism. So I think that's a third point. And then I want to sort of riff off what Ms. Kanta also said in terms of the representation. We really need to look at the whole LNOB, the Leave No One Behind, and see whether the people who are coming into leadership, are they really representative of the most marginalized? And here again, gender is not a binary. We are talking along the gender continuum. So can we incorporate that representativeness to really ensure that we are being expansive in that? And fine. And again, if I am representing, a voice or a marginalized group, am I doing it for myself, or do I have the mandate of my group behind me? I think that becomes very important. Otherwise, we also see there are a few faces we see again and again and again, but do they have the mandate of the community they claim to be representing? I think that's a question we have to ask ourselves. And if we ask that and move towards that, we can really move beyond tokenism. And finally, I think I want to also say that, especially for women and others, gender minorities, leadership, everyone is a leader. I think that's something that we have to imbibe from school, from the family. It's not about, can I become better than you, or can you become better than me? Each one of us is a leader. And if we can create that sort of a self-esteem and that confidence building, which includes the aspect of mental health and, getting over, women feel a lot of this imposter syndrome, like I don't deserve to be here. There's a lot of bullying that happens, and it's done in a very subtle way. Moving beyond that really is very important. That takes hard work. We need to get our hands dirty. It will not happen by only online trainings and capacity buildings. We need to get under the skin of women leaders and what is actually their challenges. But I think this audience gives me a lot of hope that you will push us It's not just what you will contribute, you will also push all of us who are older and maybe already are occupying some positions of power to make sure that we move the leadership that we see women and other gender minorities taking beyond just tokenism to true agency and decision making.
Thank you, Roshni. Amazing points. I think so much on systemic, the need for a systemic lens, agency, decision making. I think all of that is so important, and which drives me to the next question. And all this really also feeds into that is, all of us remember the Nirbhaya case or the mill case in Mumbai, and safety is such an important, thing for all of us and women, no matter what age, but girls especially. And here I would like to bring in Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath. There's so many tools like, that, and in fact, a very, very good tool is Safety Pin, which, she kind of champions and she's founded, and several gadgets that aim at making public spaces safe. Have cities really become safe?
Thank you, Saili. And like all my co-panelists, I will have to say it is a pleasure to be in an auditorium with so many young people. It's not often that it happens. And I think if this is what the future is going to be like for seminars and events, it's a very positive thing. To answer your question, Saili, I will, like Anta, I will say that yes, things have changed. It's not unqualified, but certainly there are many, I think, cities in India today who in the past 10 years, because it is 10 years since the Nirbhaya case that you've talked about, have instituted many different interventions, practices, policies. We had legal change at that time. We need to recognize what are the different kinds of change that need to happen in order to truly transform women's and girls' experience of the city. And women's and girls' experience of the cities in India today, some more than others, we have to admit is one of fear and violence. And this is something that we cannot allow to continue, because it makes us unequal citizens. Girls fear to go to school, they get sexually harassed while going to school, in the bus stop. We just saw even during Holi, which is supposed to be a wonderful festival for everyone to enjoy, women are sexually harassed in public spaces. We know that the falling labor force participation of women, the lack of safety is one of the causes of that. So therefore, we need to recognize that the lack of safety has an impact well beyond an act of violence. It impacts the way that we are able to access education, employment, and what we call well-being in a city. So therefore, what is it that needs to be done? And the work that we've done, and including the ministry, the Smart Cities mission, many other cities itself have done several interventions. And the kinds of things that we are seeing that make an impact are, one, looking at public spaces and public infrastructure in a more inclusive way. This can be from things like improving lighting to improving the sidewalks and the footpaths, making our streets more lively and having eyes on the street. The other one, which is extremely important, is mobility and transport. Our public transport system needs to be very robust. We have to have a good system, but we also have to recognize that women and girls feel vulnerable. And again, in that, many cities and states have made interesting policies towards this. But we do know that the last census, which was a little while ago, it showed that over 80% of women going to work either walk or use public transport. So, when you start improving public transport system, you're addressing the needs of a very large percentage of people, but especially of women and girls. The truth is that if there's one car or one scooter in a family, it is probably taken by the man, and women are using public transport and walking. So therefore, improving public transport, there have been interesting initiatives like women-only taxis, introducing more women as bus drivers and bus conductors. Why is this important? Because once the public space is made to feel less male-dominated, more and more women, more families, more young people, more young women especially, will be able to access it. In addition, we also need to, when cases do happen, when sexual harassment takes place, like it did during that time, I think we need the confidence that there's going to be a quick response, a good response. So whether it's apps, whether it's the police response, whether it's the legal system, it's not possible in any country in the world to completely get rid of violence and crime. But if there is a sense that, yes, I know if I report or if I do something, I'm going to get a response, a positive response, something is going to happen. And we are seeing cases where there's quick redressal of violence. And that gives confidence to women. It also deters more violence from taking place. And finally, we keep talking about it. This is not a women's problem. I've said this for many, many years. Violence against women, safety of women is not a women's problem. It is a problem of every stakeholder in society. And therefore, I think like Kanta and Mr. Kapoor also said, the fact that there are so many young men here is important because the world is going to change when each one of us who has some privilege, who has some power, recognizes that by sharing that, by changing things, you are making the world a better place. And at the end of the day, you have to aim high. You have to aim in your lifetime to want to change something that really is significant. And I think the fact that you're sitting here today and not somewhere else means that you are the change makers in our country. And if you are a change maker and you want to bring about change, there are many things to change. My plea is let's really work towards more gender equality, equity, I think that's a very important word, inclusion, because this is something that we do not want to see in our country 10 years from now. We want to see a much better statistic. We don't want to read numbers like this on screens behind us anymore. And I think we can do it. So my plea is to say that aim high, aim for truly having a gender equitable, gender responsive system where we have systemic change, but truly each one of us can make the difference if we decide from our home, from our school, to our workplace, to the public place, that we will not keep quiet and we will not accept gender inequality and inequity in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vishwanath. I think very well, points laid on equity, inclusion when we talk about safety. And since we are on the issue of violence, I would like to actually bring Anshul Tiwari in, who leads a very dynamic youth platform called Youth Ki Awaaz. And, I think there is another open platform called the World Wide Web, where violence is really there. And Anshul, coming to you on this, is, these spaces really pose an unprecedented threat to women, really. How do they deal with this? And is the other sex also, men also facing any problem? I mean, I don't want to be biased, but yeah, over to you on this.
Sure. Thank you so much. First of all, it's wonderful to be here. And of course, to share this panel with such powerful women who've worked on this issue for much longer than I have. So there are two ways to look at the internet. One is the cultural aspect of it. The one very important thing for us to understand is that the internet is a representation of how our society is. It's the same people who are going online. It's the same people who are basically bringing out what they believe in a space where they feel nobody's looking or that they have anonymity, right? The very important aspect to understand safety of women online is that if culturally we are able to tackle how men or how harassers think about this problem, we can definitely get quite ahead in tackling it online as well. Having said that, harassment online is extremely rampant for the same reasons that I just mentioned. It gives people the garb of anonymity. It definitely also makes people feel that if they do something online, it's much easier to get away with it. There are two problems here. Typically, in cases of online harassment, women are left with, or the person who's being harassed is left with very few choices. Platforms, social media platforms, and their reporting mechanisms are not transparent. So you don't know what happens if you're reporting violence that's happening online. You don't know how long it's going to take for the platform to act on it. And you're also not aware of whether you will continue being safe after reporting a case of harassment online or not. This leads to basically one of two scenarios. Either the person who's being harassed ends up quitting social media or their social platform, or they end up deactivating their presence online. Or second, they either choose to go public or report it to the police. In either of those cases, also, there is no guarantee that harassment is going to stop. Unfortunately, and sir very rightly mentioned that there is a legal challenge as well when it comes to solving the problem of inequality and access to justice in general. Unfortunately, in many cases, the infrastructure does not exist at the level of the local police station also to be able to deal with cyber harassment. In many cases, the police officers themselves are not very well equipped with information on how to deal with such situations. So the onus again goes back to the women. आपने क्या किया, आपने क्या अपलोड किया था, क्या आपने क्या बोला जिसकी वजह से ये रिस्पांस आया आपकी तरफ. And we've seen hundreds of such stories on Youth Ki Awaaz and generally on the internet. So the way harassment is working online, or the way safety is being looked at online, is actually very very much I would say neglecting of what the reality on ground is. And lastly, one very important point that I would like to mention and go back to my original point of lack of transparency on social platforms in terms of how reporting is working and what the outcome is. A large part of the internet that we access has not been created keeping in mind cultural contexts of different countries. It's mostly been created by white men sitting in countries that are way more dominant in the social, cultural, and political discourse than countries like, say, India or even African nations for that matter, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and so on and so forth. In many of our countries, the cultural context of how harassment is to be dealt with online is very different from the cultural context of the Western world. And the fact that platforms in many cases are not willing to localize policy frameworks and reporting mechanisms also poses a great threat to anybody who's being harassed online, men, women, trans people, anybody at all. So I think the unfortunate reality is that somebody who's going through it is basically left with very few choices. So we've seen people either entirely quit their presence on the internet, or after a while just basically lose hope, and the harasser just ends up deleting their profile and restarting. So it's a fairly a problematic situation. I do want to say one last point though, which is that the great thing is that internet is now reaching and penetrating a very large part of the country. And because of that, information is also reaching a very large part of the country. Information on how to protect yourself, how to make sure that you are empowered as an individual who may face harassment online is also reaching many parts of the country. If we're able to localize that information, turn it into multiple languages and dialects, make it reach communities where young women are accessing internet for the first time, I think the impact of that information can be tremendous.
Thank you, Anshul. I think that was really good information for us and a lot of points to work on, I guess. So let me come to a question that, many youngsters asked is to Aparna Roy, and that is, what is the connection between climate and gender? Because one of our statistics shows that 80% of people impacted by climate is women. So what is it, Aparna?
Thanks, Aili. And I'll just reiterate that I'm so honored to speak in front of a hall full of youths today. So on your question, Saili, I would say that there are two very important aspects or lens sort of, which is why it's important to discuss climate change and gender together. One is, of course, the vulnerability aspect of women being more vulnerable to climate change. And the second is their potential as agents of change and bringing the solutions to mitigate and adapt to climate change themselves. On my first point, unfortunately, climate crisis is not gender neutral. there is a lot of disproportionate impact and risk of climate change on women. This is because a lot of women are at the forefront of the crisis. A lot of women are very dependent on natural resources. Women are, a lot of, especially in the developing countries, which are agrarian in nature, women depend, women's livelihood depend a lot on natural resource. They go long miles to fetch water. In instances of climate impacts, such as drought, heavy rainfall, the additional burden on these women become even more to secure their livelihood and to ensure that their health and safety are in place. A lot of time, even young girls, to support their household in such instances, are dropped out of schools, to support their income and livelihood. So such is the vulnerability of women, which is why it's very, very important to mainstream women in the climate conversation itself. They should be at the core of any climate decision and policy. And this brings to my second point, which is the kind of agency that they have in responding or addressing to climate change. So women possess local knowledge, and they lead sustainable management of resource solutions at the household and community level. That is very essential to respond a lot of local impacts of climate change. And this is one thing that is unfortunately very underutilized in many countries, especially the developing ones. So if we optimize the development goals, if we optimize implementing gender equality and climate change together, hand in hand, it will go a long way to bringing solutions, and we will co-benefit not just on our progress towards the sustainable development goals of gender equality and climate action, but we will ensure that we will go far, far in achieving a lot of other SDGs as well. Just a couple of examples. Educated women are always more resilient. This data will overturn if women are educated, because they build, by that means we will build greater resilience for them to act during disasters. If we give women more share in agriculture yields and better access to a lot of productive resources, we will ensure that we use land optimally and there is more yields from the land, right? So that progresses us towards farming goals. Lastly, I think we all have seen this at our households. I have seen this at my place. You must have seen this you must be able to relate to this. In a lot of the middle class households, our mothers and women know how to sustainably use cooking fuel. They know how to save electricity. A lot of energy access outcomes will depend on how we empower women to lead these solutions. So that was that side.
Thank you, Aparna. Very, very good points. And we are doing a paper on this, so we will definitely take some of your points. And we are running out of time, and I have just 3-4 minutes left. So I will not do the second round that we were supposed to. And I would like to call our special guest, Shalini Agarwal, Surat Municipal Commissioner, to round up this discussion for us. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all of you. What I gather from all, I would like to summarize is that 21st century is the century of women. 21st century is the century of technology, innovation, knowledge, and skill. It is said that leaders are not born, they are made. But in case of women, I would like to say that women are born leaders, because they are not only the architect of the society, but also they possess some inherent qualities of leaders like hard work, sincerity, compassion, empathy, and taking people along with them. I would also like to borrow some words from our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, that today's women are excelling from panchayat to parliament and from playground to space. I could see lots of young women here, and for you, I would like to say that young women are valuable, young women are powerful, and they deserve every opportunity in the world to pursue and achieve their own dreams. It is also calculated that equal participation of women in economy would attribute 28 trillion US dollar by 2025 if we give equal opportunities for women in education, health, economic development, skill training, and equal hand-holding on resources like land and loan. That's what we are doing in Surat. I am Municipal Commissioner of Surat, and we are taking lots of initiatives to promote young women in the field of economic empowerment and skill development. Surat is known as the city of diamond. And it is also known as one of the fastest growing sector, one of the safest and secure sector in economy. And in Surat, we are giving skill training to young women, to old women, to senior citizen women, and we are placing them in diamond industries of Surat. Now their polished diamonds are not only getting sold in India, but also lots of exports are being done to internationally. Secondly, Surat is also known as the city of textiles. And in city of textiles also, we are giving skill training and employment opportunities to thousands of women to work in safe and secure environment of textiles. When our women can fly airlines or aircrafts, why can't our women fly drones? In Surat Municipal Corporation's 2023 budget, we have announced a special policy for young women to train them in drone technology and to get them employed in different sectors of drone in Surat city and the areas around Surat. When we talk about women, it is very important for healthcare. And after 40, I think the cancer is one of the biggest tragedies for women. This year, we have taken an initiative to do a free health camp and an integrated health program for 3 lakh women for breastfeeding cancer, for breast cancer, for oral cancer, and for cervical cancer. And that will be a total package from diagnostic to treatment to prevention. Also, when we are talking about equalities of women, we need to create urban spaces where they are comfortable in their day-to-day routine work. So this year, we are going to establish lots of breastfeeding centers in public places like bus stations, railway stations, airports, gardens, zoos, or any other public spaces. And also we have established she toilets for women in public spaces. Surati Lab, one initiative from Surat Municipal Corporation, is mentoring women entrepreneurs. They are clubbing people from across the country to mentor, to guide, to finance, and to promote the ideas of young women entrepreneurs in Surat. These are some actions which we are taking, but from the panelists, what I gather is that we don't want grand heroic actions. I think that all of us need to take small actions. When take from billions of women will transform the world. Lastly, women should not be competitive of each other. I think we should take inspiration from everyone's success, and everyone's success should inspire other women to grow in their field. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shalini ma'am. Let's put our hands together for this fascinating panel today. May I request our director, NIUA, to come on the stage and present some mementos to our lovely panelists. And while he comes on stage, Kanta ma'am, can you repeat 2 lines from us from the beautiful couplet that you recited?
Thank you, Sally. जो मैंने सुनाया था उसको फिर से सुनाती हूँ. And this is particularly relevant to young people. कोशिश भी कर, उम्मीद भी रख. कोशिश भी कर, उम्मीद भी रख, रास्ता भी चुन. फिर उसके बाद थोड़ा मुकद्दर तलाश कर. लेकिन मेरे पास एक उससे भी अच्छी एक 4 लाइनें याद हैं. चले जो आंधी वो तिनका तिनका, उजड़ जाए आसियां गम नहीं है, जो तोड़ दे मेरे हौसलों को अभी वो तूफान उठा नहीं है.
Thank you. Great line to end up with. So may I request you to felicitate Shalini ma'am? Rahul Kapoor sir. Ms. Roshni Nugali. Ms. Kanta Singh. Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath. Mr. Anshul Tiwari. And Ms. Aparna Roy. And now may I request all the panelists to quickly stand up for a family photo, please.
Can we please give a big hand for all our panelists, chair and moderator for the session for their valuable contribution. Thank you. Thank you so much, sirs. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be now proceeding to our next panel discussion. The topic of the discussion would be role of media to enhance youth participation, and for which I would like to invite the panelist and the moderator for the session on stage. May I request our moderator and panelists to please grace us with their presence on the dais. So please welcome the moderator for the session. We have Shri Rajiv Jainji, Additional Director General and Spokesperson, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. With a big hand, I would request everyone to please welcome our panelists. Among the panelists, we have Shivani Singh from Hindustan Times, Kaushik Dekar from India Today. We have Neha Khanna from Beyond. We have Chitra Tripathi from Aaj Tak and Ms. Nidhi Sharma from Economic Times. Can we please have a big round of applause for the moderator and the panelists on the dais? And with that, I would leave it to Shri Jainji to take forward the session.
Sure, for this, can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you all for coming to this session. Whether it will be in terms of culture, society, or the economy, youth have contributed significantly to the development of the country. Youth are the future leaders of our communities, and they have a lot to offer in terms of fresh perspectives and ideas. Furthermore, youth are also often the most impacted by the changes in urban environments. So it is important to involve them in the planning and development process. When we engage youth in urban development, we are not only making our cities better places, but we are also investing in the future. Therefore, our focus and efforts lies in keeping well-informed and promoting inclusion of youth in the development process. Media is one such powerful medium that has immense potential in engaging the youth in the urban development process. We believe that this session would help us all understand the role that the media plays in engaging the youth in urban development. I am very happy and pleased to introduce our guests in today's panel discussions. I'll begin with my extreme left, Mr. Kaushik Deka. He writes for India Today, and we have been lucky that he has been to some of our projects in the country. He has been to Bhopal Smart City and other projects also he has seen and reported on that. Shivani Singh has been metro editor in the Hindustan Times and now heading urban vertical in the paper. Then Chitra Tripathi ji is a news anchor with the Aaj Tak. Then Nidhi Sharma from Economic Times on my right. She has been an ardent traveler and also reports on several issues on Swachh Bharat Mission, PMAY and smart cities. And Neha Khanna from Beyond, again a news anchor. So this is the panel today. Generally, we have media persons who are grilling us. Today, I thought I had some chance of being on the other side. So I am sure you are all with me on this. Although it's a very tough job, I will begin with Nidhi first of all. Nidhi, you represent Economic Times, a business paper. I think it makes business sense to involve youth in your reporting and business papers in general, because when you talk about projects, it can be Swachh Bharat Mission, it can be solid waste management. We have seen several youth being part of startups. They not only doing brainstorming, but also come up with ideas which get translated into business on the ground. So do you think business papers have a responsibility of engaging youth in reporting and also engaging with them? So what's your views on that?
So I feel that it's not just the business newspapers, but media in general. So youth is the power of India. We are a very young nation. You travel abroad, and when you, right from the airports, when you start traveling to the cities, you see a very aging population across the world. But youth here in India is our power. So when we write on, be it urban governance or any urban development issue, for a country like India, where it's a fast urbanizing process that is taking place, it's essential that the newspapers, the media keep the youth at the center and plan everything. And also, as far as policymakers are concerned, I feel that it is the way we have environment impact assessments, the way we have stakeholder consultations for any policy making. I think it's time we thought about such targeted youth stakeholder consultation when it comes to policy making.
Thank you, Nidhi. I'll go to Shivani now. Do you think Hindustan Times, as you know, is a major paper? All of us in Delhi, at least, we read that, we imbibe by what they write. It is difficult to convince your wife at home on certain issue, but somebody says कि HT में छापा है आज, so people get convinced. So from that perspective, I want to ask Shivani, is media reporting enough in general English papers? Are you covering enough of urban issues? Because urban planning, smart city projects, placemaking, PMAY, PM Sonidhi, they all have a youth connect. Do you think justice is being done by the papers in reporting on that? And number two, how do you plan to engage more with the youth?
Till a few days ago, I was with the Metro team, which is, we essentially used to cover city, we still do. And city experiences are all, I mean, urban experiences. So we whether it's, the traffic jam you get stuck in, or, garbage disposal issues, or, maintenance of roads, anything that has got to do with quality of life is, an issue of urbanization. And I think that is our bread and butter, at least in Hindustan Times and more of general papers. Nidhi's paper is, Economic Times has a more niche audience. for us, we are generalist, but we try to focus on specific issues of urbanization in the city section. And we try to do a lot of it actually. So I think that's a mainstay.
Do you think government should do more, and how, in getting the more space in your papers? Or
I
are we
think they're
doing enough?
already getting a lot of space.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, it's a compliment to Kunal that we all generate a lot of resources and we get published. I'll now go to Chitra. We watch Hindi channels, 60 seconds में 60 खबर, सुबह से होता start, crime news, and it bombards you with so much of information. It's difficult to absorb. Entire day crime stories, यहाँ पे बस गिरी, वहां पर ये घुटा, यहाँ पे ये हुआ. इन सब की स्पेस के बीच में क्या आपको लगता है कभी-कभी कि अर्बन एरियाज के बारे में बात करनी चाहिए?
सबसे पहले नमस्कार. यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ी तादाद में जो देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से आए हुए युवा बैठे हुए हैं, उन सबके लिए चंद पंक्तियों से मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूंगी. उसके बाद सर मैं आपका जवाब देती हूँ. मीडिया वालों की आदत भी होती है सवालों को इधर से उधर घुमा देना अपने हिसाब से. खाइयों को पाटने में हम अगर जुट जाएंगे, लाख कोई सिर पटक ले, हर तरफ पुल पाएंगे. हम सतह पर जो दिखें, पर सोच में फौलाद हैं. बर्फ के गोले नहीं जो हाथ में गल जाएंगे. आपने सवाल किया कि 60 सेकंड में हम बिना सांस लिए खबरें दिखा देते हैं, उसके बाद क्राइम, उसके बाद ये, उसके बाद वो. इसका मतलब यही है कि देश में जितनी भी खबरें होती हैं वो सिर्फ हम ही दिखाते हैं. और इस बारे में मुझे गर्व भी है कि कम से कम आप इतने गौर से हमारी सभी खबरों को देखा करते हैं. जहां तक अर्बन की बात है, सर देखिए, एक हिंदुस्तानी के नाते और हम सभी के लिए ये बेहद गर्व का विषय है कि अब तक जिस संसद भवन में हमारी संसद की कार्यप्रणाली, कार्यवाही चला करती थी, अब कम से कम उससे इतर एक नए संसद भवन जो हिंदुस्तान के लोगों ने बनाया है, जिससे अंग्रेजों की छाप पूरी तरह से खत्म हो चली है. मैं उसके लिए आपकी टीम को और आपके मंत्रालय को बधाई देना चाहूंगी. बहुत ही खूबसूरत है और हम लोगों ने उसकी कवरेज भी की है बहुत अच्छे तरीके से, और हम लोग बहुत बेसब्री से उस दिन का इंतजार भी कर रहे हैं जब आप हमें बुलाकर संसद के एक कोने की तस्वीर दिखाएंगे, ताकि वो चाहे गांव देहात में बैठे हुए लोग हों या फिर शहरों में बैठा हुआ युवा हो, हर एक तक पहुंचा पाए. हम उस दिन का बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे हैं. जहां तक शहरीकरण की बात है, देखिए एक चीज और, मीडिया की भूमिका को लेकर मुझे महात्मा गांधी जब पहली बार आकाशवाणी में गए थे, शायद आप लोगों में से कुछ लोगों को पता हो, ज्यादातर लोगों को नहीं पता होगा. 12 नवंबर 1947 जब देश आजाद हुआ था, उसके थोड़े समय के बाद वो आकाशवाणी में गए. उसके पहले कभी भी वो नहीं गए थे, और 12 नवंबर 1947 के बाद भी वो कभी आकाशवाणी नहीं गए. उन्होंने उस माध्यम को चुना, और जब रेडियो के जरिए उनका संवाद देश भर में हो रहा था, तो उनकी ओर से कहा गया कि मैं इस रेडियो में एक चमत्कारिक शक्ति को महसूस कर रहा हूं और मैं इसको प्रणाम करता हूं, क्योंकि उसके जरिए उनकी जो आवाज थी उस हिस्से में भी पहुंच रही थी. महात्मा गांधी की हालांकि उस वक्त भी आवाज, देखिए बहुत ज्यादा संचार माध्यम हमारे बीच नहीं थे, उसके बावजूद उनकी आवाज एक दूसरे से होते हुए देश के अलग अलग कोने तक पहुंच जाती थी. लेकिन एक साथ एक ही समय में कैसे हम देश के कोने कोने में बैठे लोगों को संबोधित कर पाए, उसके लिए महात्मा गांधी ने उस आकाशवाणी को चुना था. तो ये जो मीडिया माध्यम है, चाहे उस समय का आकाशवाणी हो, चाहे आज का हो, चाहे वो आज तक हो, चाहे वो हमारे तमाम अखबार हो, चाहे वो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म हो, देखिए हम सब एक दूसरे की पूरक हैं, चेक एंड बैलेंस, और हम नजर भी रखते हैं कि आपकी ओर से क्या किया जा रहा है. मीडिया की हालांकि भूमिका आलोचनात्मक होती है, हमेशा कमी निकालना, किसी में भी देखा हमेशा कमी निकालना, और यकीनन कमी निकालने का ये मतलब कतई नहीं होता है कि हम हर खबर में नेगेटिव चीजें देखते हैं. कमी निकालने का मतलब ये होता है कि हम अपने आप को और बेहतर कैसे कर सकते हैं. तो हमारी कोशिश यही होती है. अर्बन मंत्रालय, आपके मंत्रालय से जुड़े हुए सर बहुत सारी खबरें मैंने खुद कवर की हैं, और आई होप कि वो दिन जल्दी ही आएगा जब हिंदुस्तान के संसद भवन को पूरा विश्व देखेगा. एक और चीज मैं जल्दी से यहाँ पर ऐड करना चाहूंगी. पिछले साल मुझे लंदन जाने का मौका मिला था. वहां की पार्लियामेंट में हमारा एक छोटा सा स्पीच था. तो जब मैं वहां पर गई, और उसके पहले 2012 में मैं आपसे जिक्र भी कर रही थी, मैं 2012 में गई थी, तो 2012 में तो बड़े एक्साइटेड होके कि अरे लंदन ऐसा दिखता है, ये है वो है, दुनिया भर की चीजें. फिर मैं जब दोबारा उसी लंदन में पहुंची, तो वहां पर पहुंचकर अलग अलग हिस्सों में घूमकर मुझे ऐसा लगा यार मेरी दिल्ली से ज्यादा सुंदर है. ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। राजधानी दिल्ली के अलग अलग हिस्सों में आप जाएंगे और जब आप दूसरे देशों से तुलना करेंगे जहां पर आप पहुंचे हुए हैं, तो आपको फक्र होगा कि हमारा हिंदुस्तान यकीनन बदलते हुए वक्त के साथ बदल रहा है और इस पर हमें गर्व है। लेकिन मीडिया की भूमिका नकारात्मक ज्यादा होती है, तो सरकार में कमियां निकालना ये हमेशा हम जारी रखेंगे, वो आपका मंच हो चाहे वो हमारा आज तक का मंच हो।
Thank you, Chitra. Very well said. I'll now go to Neha. You're in Beyond. So some channels are too international. मतलब Beyond मैं देखता हूँ तो हमेशा लंदन, पेरिस, न्यूयॉर्क, मतलब कहीं ना कहीं क्या ब्रांडिंग आपकी ऐसी हो गई है या are there any channels compulsion होती है? Do you find space for Indian development story, Indian success, Indian projects and Indian youth in particular?
Thank you so much for that question, Rajiv, and thank you so much for having me here. Such a pleasure to be in the midst of this audience, young people from different parts of the country who are here. Thank you very much for your presence and for your time. To answer your question, yes, we have our constraints, Rajiv. I will not deny that for a second. And especially where I work Beyond, yes, the focus is on international news, which is not to say that we don't talk about the India story, which is not to say that if there is a major story unfolding somewhere, whether, you know, as Chitra mentioned, tomorrow it's the unveiling of the new Indian Parliament or something else that is of human interest, or of course the big story in India is the fact that we're hosting the G20 summit. All of it will find prominence on the channel, but coming specifically to your question about urban issues. I think I would like to sort of broad base this discussion a little, not keep it confined to the network that I work with, but talk about it through the prism of the media and the youth in general. Now, we can all agree, especially going by the theme of today's discussion, there are two important dimensions to what we are discussing today. I think we can all agree that urban development is an extremely important issue for us. It impacts all our lives. And I think, surprisingly, it is also a very underrated sector, which is why I think it's a great initiative that's been taken by Rajiv, the fact that we have a day-long event focused on something as important in urban development, which unfortunately perhaps does not get the kind of prominence, the kind of media coverage that it deserves. You know, whether you talk about the challenges that we face in our day-to-day lives, the fast depleting resources, climate change, rising temperatures, it impacts each one of us. Who could have thought Mumbai's AQI could suddenly be worse than Delhi's, which has been known as, you know, a gas chamber for many years now. So it impacts all of us, but do we care enough? And so I want to divide this into two parts. Rajiv has been talking about the role of the youth, and we're talking about the role of the media. So we have a lot of young people here in our midst. So I would love to put a few questions to you, and maybe through Rajiv, I'm hoping that we will get some answers, Rajiv, also from some members of this audience. I would love to hear from some members of this audience about this issue that we're talking about. Because if the media is expected to be a change agent, then the youth of this country is expected to be the change maker, as has been pointed out by Nidhi and others, that, you know, our demographic dividend is something that we talk about all the time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 65% of our population is under the age of 35. And therefore, it goes without saying that the role of the youth is important. But I want to ask the people present here in this room today, hand on heart, how many of you really care enough about urban issues? Does it have enough of an appeal for you? When you pick up the newspaper, do you look at the, you know, the inside pages that talk about what's happening in your city, or do you only look at the sports pages and maybe the front page? How important do you think it is really to cast your vote in a civic election? Perhaps we all take great pride in voting for our MPs and maybe our MLAs. How many of us really make the effort to step out of our homes and cast our votes, let's say during an MCT election here in Delhi, or any civic body election in any part of the country? Do we care enough? Is it really part of our daily discourse? Do we care about holding the powers that be to account? Is it something that we talk about at home amongst our friends? I think that is a question that I would like some of you perhaps to address. Do you as young people in this country care enough about these issues? As for the role of the media, I will begin with the mea culpa. I will admit that the role of the print media, I think, has been far better
than that of the electronic media that I belong to in covering issues, urban issues, issues of urban development, because unfortunately, I think we in the television industry tend to get caught up way too much in the TRP race. So most of the time we're content with covering politics and what's making global headlines. We perhaps don't do justice to these kind of stories that need greater attention, because we need to create greater awareness. Yes, every time somebody dies because of a pothole, let's say in Bengaluru, we will do a primetime debate on it, lament the fact that we are not fixing our roads, and we then try and hold the powers that be to account. We ask questions of them, but rest of the time we're happy to, I think, just look the other way. And that needs to change. I think a message needs to go out that it is a priority for all of us. We need to create awareness. We need to act as stakeholders, and we need to do this together. We're in this together, and I think that is something that certainly needs to change as far as the role of the electronic media is concerned. I will concede that, Rajiv. We can do much better.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha, for a very nice, nicely presenting it. I'll now go to Mr. Kaushik. Perfectionism is a utopian concept, as it's not always possible to see and perfect many things in a short time. My question to you, Neha, would be, why does media has a huge lens on every scheme? Why some of the media persons are not able to see the positives? छोटी सी कमी होती है, उसको कोने में एक हल्का सा कुछ होता है तो उसको देखते हैं. We don't see the large picture of development and youth engagement. What are your takes on that? Generally, you think media has a huge lens on finding small mistakes and not see the big picture?
It's simply because the primary objective of media, our role is to be the watchdog, not the cheerleaders. So obviously we would check what's not happening in the right way, where we need to fix the issues, and we need to red flag any problem that may be of any concern to the citizens. So obviously we do write nice things about the government projects also when they are successful or they're extraordinary. But if it is, the sad part in India is that whatever should be done in due course, it's not seen as norm, it's seen as an aberration, whereas that should be the norm. Here, if something, say a project which doesn't meet deadline, it doesn't shock anyone, because it's always expected that these projects will not be finished on time. That has become a kind of our culture. Like I was reading this report about your smart city projects only. Many cities are doing wonderfully well in executing the projects, but in some cities, and coming from my region, Northeast, I believe around 6 cities which are lagging behind. And I can describe all the factors that might be contributing to this delay, but that's not the issue. As media, we do highlight good projects or any achievements that need to be highlighted, but our job is not to praise you, but to actually raise the voice that the common person or the youngsters may not be able to take it to you.
Just adding to what he
Yes,
said,
please. Yeah.
there's a difference between
Mic. Just the mic.
Yes. Okay. So there is, most often critical analysis of things, of schemes, of projects, policies is often seen as criticism. So there is a difference, our job is to critically analyze things. And while doing that, we also speak to experts in the field. So the idea is not to put down a scheme or a project, but the idea is to see where it can improve. And I think, that has to be taken with some sense of positivity.
Yeah, as far as India Today magazine is concerned, if as whenever I meet some people, they say that, oh, we used to read India Today when we were growing up. That means probably they are not reading the magazine now. But if someone actually reads the magazine regularly, they would understand that whenever we do a story, we give all sides of the story. Like we'll go to the people who are executing a project, why the delay is happening, and we'll also go to the people for whom this whole project is being done. So it's not that we are only, as Shivani has said, we are only criticizing. We are providing constructive criticism, and that should be taken in right spirit. What happens is that most of the time the government officials, they get very offended when they see only the negatives. They ignore the positives. That's also written in between the long story.
मैं बस ये कहना चाह रही थी कि जैसे एक ग्लास है जो आधा भरा हुआ है, तो सरकार हमेशा बताती है कि देखिए इसमें पानी है, भरा हुआ है, ये है, वो है। हमारा काम है ये बताना कि ये ग्लास आधा खाली भी है और वो भरना आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। एक छोटा सा मैं उदाहरण देना चाहूंगी, हालांकि आपके मंत्रालय से जुड़ा हुआ वो नहीं है। देखिए, सरकारें किसी की भी वो आती जाती रहेंगी। ये अलग बात है कि आज के दौर में विश्व के तमाम दूसरे देशों से हम तुलना करें तो बहुत सारे मामलों में हम बहुत बेहतर नजर आते हैं, लेकिन अभी बहुत दूर है हमारी मंजिल जो हिंदुस्तान एकजुट होकर एक साथ बनना चाहता है। और यकीनन आज की जो युवा इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है यहाँ पर, ये लोग अपने भीतर उस दृढ़ निश्चय को लेकर आएंगे कि हम अपने इंडिया को किस तरह से डेवलप करते हुए देखना चाहते हैं। जिस 2047 की बात बार बार होती है कि जब हिंदुस्तान 100 साल पूरे करेगा अपनी आजादी के, तो हम कहां पर खड़े होंगे। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण है, मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ। जैसे भारत सरकार की ओर से अभी बहुत बड़े तादाद में गांवों में बिजली दे दी गई, जहां पर आजादी के बाद से आज तक नहीं थी। मैंने ऐसे बहुत सारे गांव में जाकर रिपोर्टिंग की है रात के 12 बजे। एक गांव की बात मैं छोटी सी बताना चाहूंगी सर। वहां पर विधायक जी ने गांव में जाकर बिजली तो लगवा दी, लेकिन वो खंभा अपने घर के ठीक बाहर लगवाया। अपने घर में पूरी बिजली है, पूरे गांव में अंधेरा है। तो अब कागज में तो आ गया कि गांव में बिजली पहुंच गई, लेकिन गांव में बिजली सिर्फ विधायक जी के घर पर पहुंची थी, पूरे गांव में नहीं पहुंची थी। तो आपका काम है ये बताना कि वहां पर बिजली पहुंच गई, हमारा काम है ये बताना कि हर घर तक बिजली पहुंचाने का जो दावा सरकार की ओर से किया जा रहा है वो अभी तक पूरा नहीं है। क्योंकि देश भर में ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं, ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो दावे अलग करते हैं, पेपर पर चीजें अलग होती हैं, गांव में जाकर या क्षेत्र में जाकर देखेंगे स्थितियां अलग होती हैं। तो उसी रोल को हम निभा रहे हैं, और मेरे साथ कौशिक ने भी जैसा कि जिक्र किया और शिवानी ने भी, कि हमारा रोल वही है और उसी को निभाई जाने की कोशिश है।
Very few quick points from Nidhi. How best to engage media's role with the youth? What can government do in that direction, or maybe media can do both ways?
See, I think everybody here will agree, like no journalist will think that the information flow from the government is adequate. मतलब हर जगह अगर आप देखेंगे, हमें नहीं लगता कि हमें enough, there is nothing called enough information. What the government does not realize when we cover an urban issue is that when you say no, we thrive on no. We will find out, and we will be able to find out whatever information there is in the public domain or not there in the public domain. It is my job, as Kaushik said, that we are the watchdog. Public information, PR karne ke liye we have a different wing of the government, but we as watchdogs need to find out. There is not adequate information flow. Now, I'll share a very personal experience with you as far as covering urban governance is concerned. When the Smart Cities mission was launched, Mr. Kunal Kumar took over, and there was a spate of stories which we would say that are considered negative stories in the media. Ki dekhiye, 1 saal ho gaya, 2 saal ho gaya, that it hasn't taken off. One such story, I remember writing an article that it's been 1.5 years and the projects haven't taken off the ground. And I remember Mr. Kunal Kumar being absolutely patient with that. And the information flow for the first time as covering, I mean, I've been covering urban governance for at least since the time UPA was in power. Nobody sat us down and told us, see, all that is fine, but we are tackling for the first time a new mission. So we are breaking new ground. It's like building, he said, it's like building a building, so nobody sees the work that goes under the foundation. It's the same thing that, information, how best can the government push its agenda is to take our critical analysis, I'll not call it criticism, but to take our critical analysis in its stride, showcase, and the flow of information needs to be there. How best to engage the youth? I think it needs to come from the other side as well. What do the youth want? Are they reading enough today? And the first thing that I still remember, another incident that Mr. Kunal Kumar had once related to me was that when he was handling Pune Municipal Commissioner, as Pune Municipal Commissioner, he said that when I went there and, people would come up to me and say that, this project that you're doing is wrong, So when he would say, "Aap bataiye kya karna chahiye?" So they said, people would come up with big, detailed project reports and say, "Aise karna chahiye." But as sitting in Delhi today, do we care enough? Does the youth care enough for the cities? We have a river flowing through Delhi. Is there a river front? So we had BJP government, we had a Congress government, we now have an AAP government. I've been covering, I've been sitting at the power center in Delhi for the last 23 years. I have spent covering all these issues, covering politics, sitting in the heart of Delhi. Do we care enough? Does the youth today care enough for its cities? Do you want to see a riverfront? So I am only a medium when I cover urban governance issues. I can't steer you. The care, as Neha said, that, do you vote in the civic elections? The voting percentage was very poor this time in Delhi, and you all have come from all over the country. So do you all care enough? So when I say care enough, if I today under Swachh Bharat mission say, "Kal aapko shramdan karna hai aur aap kal subah 6:30 baje aayenge," I can tell you, I will think twice sending my 2 children for shramdan. But shouldn't that be the other way around? I mean, shouldn't we inculcate this feeling of pride that this is my city? As Mr. Kunal Kumar has said, I worry for a city when I don't see ownership. And you would see today in today's cities, any city which has a vast population, a migratory population coming and only using the city. You as youth in the post-pandemic world would understand the biggest worry in this room today is unemployment. We are holding jobs, the youth is holding jobs not commensurate to what their qualifications are, because we are a very young workforce. So urban governance today needs to take into account not just climate goals, but also the aspirations of our youth. I can only be a medium. I can only report, but the innovation, the energy comes from the youth.
Thank you, Nidhi. I think very well said. So what she mentioned was that media is only a medium. Ultimately, youth have to engage. And unless youth feels it's my job, my responsibility, my urban environment, my ecosystem, media cannot go beyond a point. So it all encompasses on youth also. Today's youth, not only in urban areas, municipalities all over the country, to not only engage actively, think loud, brainstorm on issues, and also point out and reach out to your municipal bodies, to media, to articulate your views and be involved in nation building and development. Last question from Neha. Any quick take on how to engage more, how to engage with the youth in getting better reporting, better engagement?
I think we all agree that the youth needs to play a bigger role, needs to be more proactive. I think Nidhi is absolutely right in saying that, unfortunately, the sense of ownership that we need to have seems to be missing. And I'm not pointing fingers at you. I mean this for all of us. I think we need, as citizens, to have a greater sense of ownership, not believe that everything has to be left to the government at the end of the day. So taking greater interest in urban governance, in civic issues, in what's happening around you, in your locality, in your neighborhood, in your city, and including, yes, casting that very important vote in the civic body election, and also caring about who your councillor is, not just looking at who your MP is or who your MLA is. Each of these factors is very important. The media definitely has a bigger role to play, I think, than it has done so far, especially electronic media. And when I say that we've not done our job to the extent that we should have, and I mean specifically the electronic media, Rajiv, I also mean that we've probably not done enough to hold civic agencies, governments, and babus accountable. I think that, as has been pointed out by Kaushik, is our job as watchdogs, and I think we in the electronic media need to do a better job of that. Yes, I think we certainly need greater participation from the media. And one quick point also, again, I have to agree wholeheartedly with Nidhi and Kaushik, Rajiv, when they say that unfortunately, what we see sometimes, on part of the government is a very enthusiastic, concerted effort to push a certain PR campaign. And I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with pushing your agenda and trying to create awareness around the good work that you're doing. But at the end of the day, if there is constructive feedback coming in from the fourth estate, have we really seen that being taken on board and in the right spirit and perhaps being incorporated in policy making? I think that leaves a lot to be desired, and perhaps that's something for the government to introspect on. Remember, it's not just the youth in the media we're talking about. We cannot forget about the most important stakeholder, the government, who Rajiv, my friend here, represents.
Thank you all very much. I think it has been a very engaging session. One huge takeaway, which I expect now, is to maybe involve media more actively in engaging with youth, and also on the other side, expecting youth to be more actively engaged with the media and the government, and also ensure that we all develop, we all prosper, we all have a good time. Thank you all very much. You have a last
हाँ,
point?
बस
Yes.
एक लास्ट में एक चीज यहाँ पे मैं बोलना चाहूंगी, समय बहुत कम है। जैसे एक युवा के तौर पर जितने भी लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं, ज्यादातर कॉलेज स्कूल में जाने वाले लोग होंगे, आपके भीतर खुद में एक महत्वाकांक्षा डेवलप करनी होगी। कोई भी मुद्दा हो, अगर नहीं भी बोलना होता हो, उसके बारे में बोलना सीखना होगा। आपको ये सोचना होगा, देखिए हम अपने भीतर जो भी महत्वाकांक्षाएं पैदा करते हैं या जो सपने हम देखते हैं, अगर उनके लिए मेहनत करेंगे तो उसको पूरा कर सकेंगे। कई बार ऐसा होता है, हमारा जो यूथ होता है, अगर उसको बोलने में हिचक होती है तो वो नहीं बोला, उसको बहुत सारी नॉलेज होगी लेकिन वो बोलने से हिचकता है। एक बार हम नाकामयाब होंगे, 2 बार होंगे, 3 बार होंगे, लेकिन यकीनन जब आप लगातार कोशिशें करते जाएंगे तो आपको कामयाब होने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। तो इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है और एक चीज जाते जाते, मीडिया की आलोचनात्मक बातें तो बहुत हो गई, लेकिन आलोचना 2 तरह की होती है। एक जो हमें आगे बढ़ने में मदद करती है हमारी कमियों को निकालकर, और एक वो होती है जो वर्तमान में हम जहां पर खड़े हुए हैं उससे भी हमें पीछे धकेल देती है। मीडिया की आलोचना इसलिए होती है ताकि हम आज जहां खड़े हैं उससे और आगे कितना ज्यादा बढ़ पाए। तो आलोचना को हमेशा सकारात्मक, हमारी बहुत आलोचना होती है सर, सोशल मीडिया का जमाना है, मीडिया को जितनी गालियां पड़ती हैं, मुझे लगता है कि नेता लोग अभी कम हो चुके हैं, हमने वो रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया है। लेकिन ये है कि उन जो भी आलोचना है उनको हम सकारात्मक वे में लेते हैं, अपनी कोशिशों को हम जारी रखेंगे, हमेशा आगे बढ़ने का प्रयत्न करेंगे। हमें आज जो आता है उसको लेकर चलेंगे, जो नहीं आता है उसको सीखने के लिए और कोशिशें करेंगे।
Thank you all very much. A big round of applause. I'll now request to felicitate the panelists.
Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, firstly, can I please request everyone to give a big hand for all our panelists on the dais and the moderator. We would request Shri Rajiv Jain ji to please felicitate and present a token of appreciation to Ms. Chitra Tripathi. Thank you, ma'am. Can we now give a big hand to Ms. Nidhi Sharma? Thank you, ma'am. Can we now put our hands together as we thank Ms. Shivani Singh? Can we please give a big hand as we thank Mr. Kaushik Dekar? Can we please thank Ms. Neha Khanna with a big round of applause? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request Srimati Ila Singh from NIUA to present a memento to the moderator of the session, Shri Rajiv Jain ji. Thank you very much for guiding us through the session. May I request all of you to please, we would definitely want a group photograph here. Could I please request you all to stand for a group photograph? And let us give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful and interesting session. And I'm sure you must be having a lot of questions. Thank you very much, all the panelists and the moderator for the session. Thank you very much for the session. So like I said, you must have a lot of questions. In case if there are questions that you would want to put forward, you could post them to the NIUA social media handle and the panelists would get back to you with the answers. You could mention the hashtag youth for change. I repeat, hashtag youth for change. And also, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as you see on the screen, we have a QR code that will direct you to a Mentimeter page where we would request you all to please quickly fill in the answers. It will be great if you could just scan the QR code. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am, sirs. And with that, we break for lunch. We finish the first half of the day. We will be having 1 hour break, post which we will be moving to our respective halls for the sessions that you are interested in. By 2 p.m., we would request all of you to please join us. Also for the lunch, we have 8 different counters. We would want you to not line up at one, please spread over. We have 8 different lunch counters. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. I'm sure we are going to make the most of the day. With that, I, Garima, would like to thank each one of you for joining us today. Thank you.
check, hello, check.
अभी मुझे मत पूछो, I am about to start the session. बाद में बात करेंगे. Please take your seats. We are about to begin.
Hi, everyone. Honorable Minister Sir has arrived in the venue. So I please request everyone to take their seats and settle down. Prajatantra, SAR, Smart Cities Fellowship, NUDM, TULIP और लर्नाथन। हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो फोटो के लिए रुकेंगे ना। हेलो हेलो, क्या हुआ? मतलब माइक चल रहा है क्या टेस्ट करना है? अच्छा, चेक 1 2 3। हेलो हेलो, मिस्टर पीछे। इधर से इधर से।
Hi, everyone. Can I request everyone to please put your phone on silent mode or kindly switch it off so that we don't have any disturbance during the ceremony. We'll be joined by the minister, sir, in probably 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mayura. I'm from the National Institute of Urban Affairs, and a big welcome to all of you again. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you all have enjoyed the event as much as we have putting it together for you. We are honored to have amongst us the Honorable Minister of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji. Join me in giving a round of applause for him. I request Shri Hitesh Vaidya ji, Director NIUA, to kindly felicitate the Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir, and a warm welcome again. Some of you have been with us since today morning, And for those of you who have joined us right now, I'll just briefly summarize what we have heard today since morning. So we began the inaugural ceremony with an address from Shri Kaushal Kishorji, Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and also our Joint Secretary of Smart Cities, Shri Kunal Kumar. We also heard from Shri Anmol Sovit, who is chairing the Y20 Secretariat. This was followed by a few young members from the audience talking about their journeys, their experiences. And then we had two very vibrant panel discussions where you heard from experts on gender, on media, and from the looks of it, it looked like you all enjoyed the session. So we begin now with our launch ceremony. We have a few launches where we'll be unveiling a few publications, recorded journeys, experiences, and works by the young people. I request Minister Sir to please lead the launches. We will start with the compendium of articles by the finalists of Prajatantra 2022-23. Prajatantra is an annual youth festival organized by the Praja Foundation and the National Institute of Urban Affairs for young citizens to learn more about urban governance. Next is a set of compendiums prepared under the Smart Academia and Action Research Program, popularly known as SAR, which is hosted by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We have a compendium of projects by the fellows under the India Smart Cities Fellowship Program. Next is a compendium of insights prepared under the National Urban Digital Mission Fellowship Program. We also have a compendium of the Urban Learning Internship Program, popularly known as TULIP. And lastly, an innovative endeavor by the National Urban Learning Platform called the NULP Learnathon. May we please have the launch video played? So as you can see, the 45-day-long Pan-India Challenge will be entirely hosted on the NULP web portal, where the participants can send entries in 12 regional languages, in addition to English and Hindi under diverse themes. There are exciting prizes for the winners, so we encourage the municipal employees, smart city officials, and state government employees to participate in the Learnathon and embrace this opportunity to learn, to grow, and to connect. Moving further, when we talk about youth development, the objective is to empower the youth of the country to achieve their full potential and through them enable India to find its rightful place in the community of nations. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has several initiatives such as the Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Urban Livelihoods Mission, the India Smart Cities Fellowship Program, the National Urban Digital Mission Fellowship Program, and platforms such as the Urban Learning Internship Program, where it is actively engaging the youth and empowering them to be a part of the change. On that note, I invite Honorable Minister to the podium to further talk about the efforts of MAHUA in promoting youth engagement in the urban discourse.
What better way of commencing this interaction with all of you than drawing on the message of the Honorable Prime Minister. And he says, and I quote, "The initiative to host the National Youth Conclave 2023 by the National Institute of Urban Affairs in association with Smart Cities Mission of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and Department of Youth Affairs is commendable. Heartiest congratulations and best wishes to everyone associated with the conclave." So I want to start by thanking my two colleagues on the dais, Shri Kunal Kumarji, who's my colleague in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and Shri Hitesh Vaidyaji, who is the director of the National Institute of Urban Affairs. But most of all, I want to congratulate all of you, because this is about the youth. This is about what the new India that the Honorable Prime Minister has set out. This is about how you will shape that new India. And I want to say that I, for one, have always believed that whilst the generation which shaped 1947 played a pivotal role in helping India secure independence, the freedom struggle, the generation which came thereafter also played a very important role. But most of all, I think if what you have seen post 2014, and I can give you a few statistics just to provide a perspective, there has been an acceleration, not only in terms of urban rejuvenation, the neglect that the urban space was subjected to prior to 2014, not because of anyone's fault, it's just that our mindset was not sufficiently focused on the urban space. After we became an independent country, perhaps for good reason, our mindset was more preoccupied with rural development. I'm not suggesting that that priority is not important, but the kind of attention that the urban space required was not forthcoming. And I think that contrast comes out in just one statistic. If you look at the cumulative expenditure on the urban sector, that is the value of all the central schemes that the central government initiated between 2004 and 14 in a 10-year period, and you compare that to what happened after 2014, I think the picture is complete. And if memory serves me right, between 2004 and 14, in those 10 years, the cumulative value of all the schemes, the expenditure was 1,57,000 crores. I repeat, 1,57,000 crores. In the period which came after the Honorable Prime Minister assumed responsibility of the governance, both not only in the country, more so the central government, these new schemes were conceptualized post May 2014, but they became operational, most of them in June 2015. If you look at the period June 2015 today, I think the total cumulative spend on the urban sector is over 18 lakh crores. So you've gone from 1,57,000 crores to 18 lakh crores. But herein, within that figure, is also something which the figures by themselves don't reveal. There is a very strong emphasis in there on gender equity and justice, on gender empowerment. I'll give you one or two examples. When we started the Swachhata mission, initially the Honorable Prime Minister, when he was speaking from the ramparts of the Red Fort on 15th August 2014, he said that the best tribute that we can pay to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, when we celebrate 150th birth anniversary of the Mahatma, that is by 2nd October 2019, the best tribute that we can make is to make India open defecation free. I know few of my friends, I don't want to characterize them politically, but let's call them skeptics. They said, is that an issue so important that the Honorable Prime Minister had to take it up from the ramparts of the Red Fort? And my reaction then, more so now, is that that is the most important issue. That was the most important issue. And you see, because Swachhata is the fulcrum on which this whole new urban architecture and edifice is built. Because when you build a toilet, you're doing something for the girl child. You're doing something for the women in terms of empowerment. And that initial hesitation, that initial skepticism, today Swachhata has gone from being a project of the government to becoming a Jan Andolan, a project of the people. And that, I think, is that transformative change. Not only have we made India open defecation free, we have done many other things besides. And that is where the success of these urban missions comes. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. I'm not talking about the 3 crore units sanctioned in the urban and the rural areas. What I'm talking about here is the fact that when you give a family a roof over their heads and a modern living space, it doesn't matter to whom they belong, economically weaker section, below the poverty line, etc. But you're transforming that family because a kitchen, a toilet, an Ujjwala cylinder, and all the other amenities which go with it. Who benefits? The girl child does, but so do the youth. I was here present when the Honorable Prime Minister handed over the keys to some newly built flats, I think, in Kalkaji. And one of the beneficiaries came up. So the Honorable Prime Minister asked the Labharthi, the beneficiary, how many years have you been living in that informal settlement? I don't like using the word slums, so informal settlement. And he said, for 40 years. He said, how many children do you have? So he said, where does your daughter study? She's studying BA Honours English at Delhi University. But the transformation in the lives of the younger people. But today we are not only discussing that, Sarvodaya se Antyodaya, the philosophy on which the sustainable development goals are built, to the farthest first, but we are doing something more. We are taking this a step further, where the youth are actually, through their entrepreneurial and innovative talent, not only shaping the new India, of which they will be the major beneficiaries. What is the average age today? More than 50% of the country is below 25 years of age, with the average age at 29. Now, when I look around the hall full here and I'm told many thousand people who are joined with you virtually, I suspect they will be at the average age or even less. If we build, and I was talking to those who helped us get our freedom, my generation, which has taken us to this point, but where we are going now, it's a very simple trajectory that you have to look at. Before the advent of British colonialism, I'm talking about the 190 years period of our colonial association. A Cambridge historian, Angus Maddison, said that India's contribution to the global economy around 1700 or 1750 was about 25%. By the time we finished our 190-year-old association with the colonial power, it had come down to what, 2 or 3%? 3%. Today, we are the 5th largest economy. And I told somebody that from the 5th largest economy, when we overtake Germany of the 4th largest economy, we won't enjoy it as much, but we enjoyed moving from the 9th position to the 5th position, because in reaching the 5th position, we replaced or surpassed the economy which had been in colonial domination over 190 years. So there is a little bit of subtle enjoyment there. But I'm not going to go into the politics of it. What I'm telling you is that we have a situation today that on all fronts, whether it's digital inclusion, technology, financial inclusion, see where we are today. We are a developing country because we have a large population and the per capita income, which although it has doubled in the 9 years of the Modi government, and we have moved from the 9th to the 5th largest economy, today we are at a stage where, forgive my saying so, only the sky can be the limit. The Prime Minister has often said, rather than seeking job, India's youth are creating jobs. This is true in the field of technology, healthcare, renewable energy. Our youth are showing the world that India is not just a country of ancient traditions, but also a country of innovation and progress. Before I joined you this afternoon, my two friends and colleagues on the dais took me to an exhibition on what is being done, both in terms of the existing urban space that we have, where youth are beginning to tweak, to remodel, and to create a global template of what urban space can and should look like. Now, it's very easy for us to compare ourselves to, established cities, but look at the trajectory, where those cities came from. Some of those cities are very old in terms of being part of developed, industrialized societies. But our cities faced urbanization of an autonomous and robust kind. People just moved to secure employment from urban space, from rural space to tier 2 and 3 cities, from tier 2 and 3 cities to the megapolises. And we had to then measure up by devising policies which were this thing. The Smart Cities mission in particular is a fascinating example. When we had our BJP manifesto in 2014, we said we would create 100 new smart cities. But once we got down to it after June 2014, we realized that many of the old cities needed. So we had a combination of 90 brownfield smart cities with area-based development, as in New Delhi, and you had 10 absolutely greenfield cities where you were able to build green cities right from scratch. But I think the Smart Cities mission has both a demonstrative effect in terms of what those 100 smart cities, integrated command and control centers will look like, what they will do for their people. And we are now in the final phase of pushing the few remaining ones which are somewhat lagging in pace due to the pandemic and several other factors. But the learning experience there will result in people wanting smart districts, smart villages, and a host of other things, because you've shown what technology can do in terms of civic facilities. Talking about entrepreneurial thing, I think it's very useful to remember that in 2015, we had 4 new unicorns. In 18, 8. In 2019, 9. In 2020, 10. And the year 2021 produced a whopping 46 new unicorns. And the year 2022 produced another 22. Total number of unicorns as of last month is 115. Now, thanks to a career I had before this, before I joined the government and the Council of Ministers, I had the privilege of living in different parts of the world in a 39-year career in the Foreign Service. But I can tell you, any country with a figure of 115 unicorns would consider itself very fortunate. But the issue is not that. The issue is that that is the culture which is catching on. And the strength of that system is based on all of you. No matter what you are doing, whether you are in urban planning, whether you are in the provision of urban services, or you are an architect, or you are into any number of urban related facilities, your ideas and the fact that the ecosystem now looks to those ideas, many of those publications that you've had me unribbon, if I may use that expression, those are nothing but compilations of what you guys have done. Now, so I want to compliment the National Institute of Urban Affairs. I want to compliment the work my colleagues are doing in the Ministry of Housing and Affairs, the Smart Cities Mission, Kunal. If you look at what the government is doing on youth empowerment, the figure that strikes me immediately is that the government is spending 90,000 crores every year on youth development programs. And this is not something which is going elsewhere. It's going directly on youth development programs, which means harnessing technology for economic growth, which means schemes like TULIP and ISCF. For those of you who don't know what TULIP is, let me tell you. The TULIP and the ISCF are out-of-box solutions. And TULIP in particular was designed that those who leave engineering colleges to begin with can gain work experience in the urban local bodies through a scheme which seeks interventions in a transformative expansion which will allow people to come and get straight out of engineering college hands-on experience. And what Kunal was telling me just now, you have already provided for about 30,000 or so positions, and about 6,000 of those internships have been availed of. So I want to send a message. If you come, no matter which job market you enter later, private sector or elsewhere, if you can show on your CV that after engineering college, you spent some time under the TULIP scheme, helping urban local bodies and in the process also acquiring knowledge of what's happening in those urban local bodies, I think it's a win-win for both. Equally, the other scheme that I spoke about, under the Smart Cities Fellowship Program, promising young professionals have been selected to improve service delivery in urban local bodies. Both these schemes are popular, they are new, and they are gaining traction. I want to conclude by a discussion I had with somebody who's very famous, who writes very well known as a world-class author. I told him, I asked him a question, where does the major work of incubating ideas take place? Is it the universities? Because he writes famous books and he's also teaching at New York University. He said, if you think you're going to go to a university and get the ideas out of a classroom, you're probably not on the right track. So I said, where do you get them? He said, just hang around with young people, whether it's in the cafes of Paris or with young people anywhere, they will come up with ideas and you will find those ideas will have much greater resonance in terms of the real world than anything that an academic environment can produce. So I want to thank all of you. And on that note, I want to wish you all the very best in deliberations during these 2 days. And I'm sure that many of you will return to this space, not just for the work that you've done, to have your work displayed, but also to provide encouragement to the greater number. And I can just share one last thought with you. When I joined the Council of Ministers something like 6 years ago, and I was made Minister for Housing and Independent Housing and Urban Affairs, it was a sharp learning experience for me. But I can tell you two things. One is the urban space has changed since then. It has changed because Modi ji's policies have ensured, and I don't mean just urban as it talk, whether it is the urban transport, metro system, we are very soon going to be the third largest metro system in the world, whether it's the schemes like Amrut or the scheme for the street vendors. There's a revolution taking place out there. And I think that it also provides great opportunity for all of you to go in there, see the things, improve them, and then build the future, which is, since most of you are at that average age of 29, that the India of 2047, which is your India, will be a world leader in every respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with Government of India's efforts and for encouraging the youth to be an agent of change in the urban fabric. To bring the session to a close, I would now invite Shri Hitesh Vaidya, Director NIUA, to give the concluding remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I know Minister Sir has a pressing of time, so I'll just say, sir, thank you very much. We know the Parliament is going on and you have a busy schedule. Coming here, inspiring us and giving us a direction. I think with these 2 days, we will be discussing of innovations, new ideas and collaborative approaches. And I hope this conference conclave will not only end in discussion, but also we will start looking at how do we convert your aspirations to actions for a future generation. Thank you very much, sir, for coming here.
Thank you, sirs, and a big thank you to everyone in the audience and those joining us virtually. We will now break for tea and we'll reconvene at 5 p.m. for the breakout sessions in the respective halls.